Hello, Nana. What did you do? God, making me tab out of this freaking game, dude. How dare you? How could you have done this? Dude, none of these games want to, like, be tabbed out of. It's so cursed. They all just break. Well, hello. Let's see. Am I good? I'm good. Back. I'm here. I'm a little stinky, I can't lie. But, like, not terrible. I took Sam for a walk. Although I was gonna be late anyway, because we left for lunch really late. I'm not used to seeing a different title screen, bro. Oh shit. It's peak. I'm here, but no, I'm not ready. Hold on. Now that I'm backed out, I think, is there like an anime one? Oh, this looks cool. Oh, slick. And my Oopa. I'm back to my ring. Very nice. Ooh. Very cool. I don't know if I'm mentally prepared for this, but I'm excited. Molly just ate- oh, you just ate more food. Because the cat came in. Hold on, let me just pour her some more food. So that she'll go back to sleep. Hopefully. Oh, bam. Alright. Well, okay, yeah, she's in her bed now. I had everything set up, and then I got up because I took her out again. And I was just like, yeah, this will be fine. Because she normally always poops when I get home on Sundays. And she didn't today. So I took her out twice and nothing, so I'm like, you're gonna cause problems during stream. So I apologize in advance, but it's fine, at least I'm here today. I apologize for not being here yesterday, but I don't know, Molly was limping, and it kind of scared me and my dad, so I was like, I'm just gonna watch her. But she seems fine today. She's ready to cause problems, probably, but... yeah, I guess we'll just jump into it since it's already a little bit late, but... oh, the true ending was so good, I'm scared! Oh god, I'm just gonna push the button. I'm not okay. We're just jumping right into it, okay! Okay, they were like, yeah, remember when you suffered? Remember when you killed your wife? And I was, Fine, I'm just gonna sip my, my Coke and cry into it. The hatch opened. Bright light flooded my eyes. Why is it so gunky, bro? That UI is something. Where was I? I love the ring, though. I'm a child. I will just watch it spin. My eyes narrowed. I could barely make out the summer's twilight sky. I didn't want to leave. I just wanted to disappear. But someone grabbed my arm and dragged me out.
うお、もう帰ってきたお。まだ1分も経ってないのに。
Oh!
おかわり?
I didn't have the energy to respond to my own nickname. I fell to the ground and wrapped my arms around myself.
おかわり?
Mayuri ran to me and looked down, her face worried. Marlon, hello! Dude, this is so weird. This is already really weird. But her kindness felt like nothing but a nuisance. Don't talk to me. Just leave me alone. I did! I'm not okay! The true ending was so good. I'm so scared to be starting this, but we're going for it, I guess.
ちょ、おかりん血まみれじゃん。どうしたん?
Is Daru different, or am I just having a stroke? Is he having a stroke?
父さん、タオルと水、あと服も。今すぐ手に入れてきて。
Are we having like a shared stroke? Like, did they change his voice actor, or am I losing it?
どういうことか説明プリーズ
He is different. Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, who the hell is this? You look the same, but you don't sound the same, boy, and I'm scared by it. They did manage to make a good ending for everyone. They really did. Like, it was funny. CD was so certain that it wasn't that. Bro was like, this game isn't gonna give us happiness. And I'm like, I'm determined. We're gonna save them both. And we did, and it was great. So surely nothing bad will happen here. I mean, I was. The more I'm worried currently. I was not. I think the thing that I wasn't expecting the most was that he was the one that killed Kurisu. Like, I know it was an accident, but like, I expected that her dad was gonna try to, like, you know, really go and attack Ocarine, and that she would put herself in the way there. I wasn't expecting it to be the other way around. So that was, yeah, that one was brutal. It did feel like he needed to sacrifice himself at a point. Yeah. But I'm glad he made it through. I'm glad things ended the way they did. So I'm terrified!
いいから早く
わかったお
And that's where we are now. Yeah. Yeah, I think where we are now is back, what is it, right when he just accidentally stabbed her. Daru ran to the door that led back inside the building.
オカリン大丈夫
And he ain't doing too good.
しっかりして
He doing real bad.
大丈夫怪我してるわけじゃないよ
Stop it. Ooh. Ooh, that's a new pose. Ooh, hello. Just get away from me. I think I would just have to. I think if my Yuri was different, I would just turn off the game. I think that would be too much. Daru is gonna bug me, but I'll be fine. Or obviously the mains, but I believe. Yeah, Daru just sounds weird. I'm sure I'll get used to it, but my god. I couldn't save her. In fact, I killed her myself. Right here, 3 weeks ago. I killed her. I'm a murderer. What? Well, I mean, it was an accident, bro. I wouldn't call it murder.
何をやっても無駄だ全部決まってしまっていることなんだよ
You can tell that it... I didn't pay attention when this game came out. But, like, you can tell that it's... The voices are already more high quality. Accidentally killed someone while trying to kill some... Ah! Yeah, okay, fair. Fair. Yeah. But technically... Teresi's dad was also, like, I think he was going for the kill too, so that could have been... That was, like, self-defense, technically. Kind of.
同じだマユリの時と同じなんだ
But yeah, you can definitely tell that we're more high quality than what we were before. We're no longer speaking in a cup. But damn, they made that cup sound good.
どれだけもがいたって結果は同じになる。
No matter how many times I try, it will all converge back to the same result. The process doesn't matter. How is the game volume, by the way? Does anything need to be boosted or turned down, turned up? Whether you time travel or time leap, you can't go back and change the results of the past. I thought I understood that cruel truth. But now I was forced to realize it again, and in the worst possible way. Sounds perfect for you? Okay, sweet. It always takes me like 1 or 2 streams to make sure I'm, like, locked in the way I want it, but this is the same that I had for the Steins Gate playthrough, and it seemed fine when I did, like, a quick test, but... Also, hi, we're back! We're so back!
無駄だよ。
I'm scared, but we're back.
無駄なんだ。何もかも無駄なんだよ。俺はやっぱりクリスを助けられないんだ。
Molly seems good, yeah. I still don't know what happened. I don't know if she just... I think she must have maybe jumped off of something weird, but she hasn't been limping today, so I think she's okay. I'm still gonna keep an eye on her, but you know, it's always something on the weekend, bro, when you can't go to a vet. But since she seems to be running around fine, I think it's probably alright. I don't know. It's always hard to tell, but I don't know if it was her paw or her leg, but yeah, so far it seems fine, so I'll still keep a watch, but she be chillin'.
分かってた。分かってたんだ。こうなるって予想してたんだ。
The way that it happened was just, I had been on the treadmill, so I was doing that for like an hour and a half, and when I got off the treadmill, well, she had been like running in and out because my dad was cutting the grass at the time, so usually when I'm on the treadmill, she'll just come in and she'll sleep, because she's like, well, you're just ignoring me watching anime. But this time she was kind of like running in between so she could go watch my dad for a while, and then she'd kind of come in and look at me, and then she'd go back out. And so I wasn't like paying too much attention, but then when I finished on the treadmill, she always comes in because she's like, oh my god, you're done, let's cuddle. Like, I don't know, something about me finishing exercise, she's like, give me attention, I'm ready. And it was when she ran in, and during that, I was like, you look like you're running kind of not correct. Like, she was like, not wanting to put weight on one of her paws. But then I was kind of like, but I couldn't tell. But then my dad came in before he left, and then he saw her do the same thing, and he was like, oh, you're limping. And that was when I was like, oh shit. Because, me, I'm a worrier, so I was like, maybe I just kind of imagined it. But yeah, when he saw it, I was like, oh, okay. So, but yeah, no, she seems okay. So, I don't know, she might have had something stuck in her paw, or just maybe when she was like running between the rooms, she does have something, like a box in my mom's office that she likes to jump up on and look at the window, so I don't know if she jumped off that weird, but I'll be watching her.
もう疲れた。ずっと休んでないんだ。だから、もういいよ。
I feel bad I missed yesterday, but I was also away the past couple days, so I was like, if she's not feeling good and I haven't been home, I'm like, I'll just chill with her. It's okay, we'll get some trauma in today. I know, we really just jumped into everything sucks from the get-go, bro.
おかり。
Which I knew,
一体何が。
but I'm still sad. I love the new, like, this viewpoint we're getting of the three of them, though.
俺が
It's very good.
俺が殺してしまった。バカみたいだ。
At the baka me
全
die!
部俺のせいだ。
It is. It is our girl, Suzuha. From B. Worldline Beta. Beta Suzuha.
マ
ベータ
キセ・ク
スージー
リスをさ、刺し殺しちゃったんだ。殺した？嘘、そんな。でも安心して、まだもう一回分タイムトラベルはできる。
ほっといてくれ。俺のことなんか何度やったって結果は同じだ。
I'm scared?
何言ってんの？諦めるつもり？オカリンおじさんの肩には何十億っていう人の命がかかってるんだよ。たった一回の失敗が何だって言うんだ。
クリスはどうやったって助けられない。
Ooh, new tip thing.
世界線の収束には逆らえない。
Is it the same button? It is! Oh my god! Matus? Studying the world line tips or something. I don't know. Dude, this UI is cool. It's like so the same, but different. Yeah, very updated. It's cool though. Like it. Sorry, I'm just like, I'm in awe, like all the butterflies and the little puzzle piece thing. Which is very Wikipedia, but cute. Okay, anyway, world line. This term refers to an infinite number of possible worlds. However, these worlds do not exist in parallel, only one exists at a given time. Everything that occurs along a world line from the past to the future has been predetermined. Thus, no matter how much you change the past along a single world line, the result will converge to the same outcome. Yippee. That's the reality of this world. I learned that a long time ago.
こうなったらビンタしてでも気合い入れ直して。ダメだよ、無理強いするのは良くないよ。こんなボロボロになってるオカリン見てられないもん。でもさ、このままじゃ未来を変えられない。どうして未来のことをオカリン一人に押し付けるの？そんなの重すぎるよ。オカリンおじさんには世界の観測者としての能力があるからだよ。オカリンが望んだわけじゃないのに。それにもう一度やったってまたオカリンが傷つくだけだって思うな。未来のことを人一人で変えようなんてきっと無理なんだよ。だからそのためのシュタインズゲートで、気持ちはわかるよ。でもさ、私も未来をかけてここまで来てるんだよね。どっちにしろ2036年には戻れないんだ。そう簡単に諦めるつもりはないから。
Girl, why did you get like closer in my ears? But you said nothing.
一つだけ収穫しとく。このタイムマシンに残されてる燃料は有限なの。
That's so funny. Holy
さ
shit.
っきは往復2回分しか残ってないって言ったけど、実はまだそれなりに余裕はある。それでも移動できる時間は およそ344日分。片道のタイムトラベルだとしても、今から1年と経たないうちに7月28日には届かなくなる。
Hello, Angel. Well, we are... Actually, let me turn this up a little bit for me. Basically, this game starts right at the point where, we accidentally kill Kurisu. You know, on the beta world line. And, we're on the floor because bro just came back from that, and he is not taking it very well.
覚えといて。その日になったらさ、私はたとえ一人でも飛ぶよ。
So yeah, we go right from there. Someone was saying something to me, but I couldn't understand the words. I squeak. Hello. So no happy start. Got it. No, I don't know if there's any happiness here. I don't know yet. I'm scared. I didn't want to listen to anything. I just wanted to sleep. Just let this all end. Just let me go.
おかり？おかり？ねえ、おかり？もう頑張らなくてもいいからね。泣いてもいいんだよ。おかり。
I mean, if we're already on the floor, we can't go further down, am I right? What? Don't. Why would you say such a thing, bro? Don't put that energy out there!
マユシーは
Fear.
そばにいるからね。おかり。
Everything sad is happening, but like the music is kind of like, I don't know if Mayuri's words were the reason why, but the tears started to flow. I decided to forget everything. Ever since that day, I stopped going to the Future Gadgets lab. So is that what's happening? Instead of getting the, like, call from ourselves, we just freaking cease? We're doing that? Oh boy. Oh fear. Future Gadget Laboratory. A lab in name only. It is actually a group of students who make strange inventions. Its founder, Rintaro Okabe, described it as a place where he can further his ambitions to overthrow the ruling structure of the world. To get there, head down Center Street from Akihabara Station. Then when you get to... Wait a minute. If you go down Center Street from Akihabara, like, literally, do these directions work? I mean, obviously it's gonna be some random place. But can you low-key find Future Gadget Laboratory? Or, like, the space, theoretically? Yes, they do. Hell yeah! Road trip, that's sick. Cause I was like, wait! It has a pin on Google Maps? Oh my god. I'm looking that up later. That's sick. Cause like these are so... As I'm reading, I'm like, these are so specific. Like... That's awesome. All the locations exist. Oh, I love that. Man. Then head into the alleyway just in front of the next light, and you'll find an old multi-purpose building called the Obiyama Building. It's on the 2nd floor. That's great. So are we just becoming a guy? Open the new gate. Absolute 0. Well, shit! Ooh. You're so... Ooh, it's pretty! Oh my god! Ooh, this is nice! Sorry, I'm... Who lets me out the house, bro? I didn't even leave the house! Like, what? I was just like, you're so right, autosave. I should save. Man. Oh my god, I swear I'm fine. I'm not. But that's so cool! Ooh! We're so updated. Fancy. Oh, UPX, the new symbol of Akihabara, was located right in front of the station. In the hall on the 4th floor, preparations had been going on all morning for the ATF Akihabara Techno Forum Convention. I lied, bro. Just put me like... I have like a 40... Is 45 a joke? Alright, computer, fine. Hate me. I hate it here, bro. Universities and labs from both inside and outside the country would work together to put on special seminars and symposiums at irregular intervals. My school... We're going to school?! I mean, I knew he was doing that, but like, we're doing that?! Tokyo Denki University was participating as part of its industry collaboration efforts. Students were required to attend these seminars and submit reports to their instructors. Is this why he dresses in all black? Is that like Dark Okabe? Persona Zero. Oh my god. First founded as the Denki School in 1907, in 1949 it became a college in Kanda, Tokyo. Denki University trains engineers and scientists to promote the healthy development of scientific technology. It was founded around the principle of practical study above all else. And its educational and research motto is, technology is people. Because of the school's location, it was deeply involved in the development of Akihabara. Huh. Otherwise, they wouldn't get credit for the related classes. In addition, I was supposed to help one of the lecturers, Associate Professor Izaki. I had just gotten a list from the reception desk at the shared lobby. I was waiting to check off the names of the students who were coming to the lectures. There was still some time before the seminar started, so the lobby was mostly empty. None of the students on the list were here yet. I was bored, but I couldn't do anything but wait. The old me never could have imagined doing anything like this, but impressing Izaki was part of my new goal in life. Victor Chandria University. Yes, that was my new goal. This is crazy! He just lets it all go and starts going to university? I mean, I suppose he probably would have, like, you know, in the true ending. But, like, this is weird. Izaki did a lot of joint research projects with them. I knew a lot of people there. The best first step to getting there my brain could come up with was being his assistant. Oh my god, and now word- oh no- oh, that hurts! Can't just use that word. Hey, you know they're depressed and gone crazy when the first thing in their minds is to finish their studies! Yeah. When do I start that journey in my life? I don't know. I be thinking about it. So I'm right there with you, bro. I'm like... It's like... Oh god, that's funny. sense. Okay, okay, you know what? I'll allow it. That's cooking a bit. That is cooking a bit. My brain was just like... My brain was like, what do you mean he's not gonna see the video? But that's because we gotta live the life to make the... I understand. But we're gonna be someone else's assistant? Like, can we not do like partner, like underling? Like, can we get a different word? That feels so wrong, man. Also, this convention was holding another seminar by Victor Condra University after the one held this summer. Of course, that interested me too. Summer. Yeah, that's right! Lock in! I know it's gonna take you a while to lock in. I understand now. I was worried, but I get it. An image of her, as she was then, flashed through my mind. I was trying to get to Victor Condria so that I could learn about the work that Kurisu Makise had been doing. I wanted to try to do it myself. Oh, of course, I wasn't a genius like Kurisu. I knew there was no way I'd ever be able to do exactly what she did. But if I could do even 10% of it... Honestly, I'm amazed that I've recovered so well. Me and you both, buddy. I thought that to myself and chuckled just as a voice called to me from across the lobby. Who the frick?
Huh?
Who is this gremlin? Who the hell? You're all hair! Oh my gosh! Are you a university student? Are we sure? I looked up and saw a young girl approaching from the elevator hall. Am I wrong? She looks like a gremlin? Better be a high schooler. She was short and petite. Everything about her was except for her hair! I could kind of... I could kind of make out a few of the curves that don't appear until after puberty. So at least she wasn't in elementary school, but... Maybe middle school? Okay. For someone with such a cute face, she clearly didn't care about her appearance. Her hair wasn't styled and it flowed down her back. But I could tell her clothes weren't very fashionable.
ごめんなさい。スタッフルームってどこかしら？
ここは ATF のセミナー会場だけど。
Whose sassy lost child is this? Clearly not a place where a middle school girl belonged. Looks like the Wolf Children anime. Ugh, she'd probably just come to the wrong place. Dude, it's Steins Gate. She's probably a genius.
そんなの分かっているわ。何度同じ話を繰り返せば気が済むの？
いや、今初めて行ったんだけど。
私にとってはあなたで4回目よ。この場所に来てからね。
Irritated, she pulled a card out of her jacket. It was one of the IDs given out to the invited guest. Her name and the name of her workplace were written on the front.
Huh?
Yeah? Yeah, that's what I thought. That's what I freaking thought, bruh. She from the Brain Institute. Genius. Victor Condria University, USA. Brain Science Institute.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学脳科学研究所
Brain science, dude. A field of study that researches animal brains, also called neuroscience. Investigates the brain from a number of perspectives, including biology, genetics, medicine, psychology, and electrical engineering. I looked at the card, and then at her, then back at the card. Then I looked at her again. I know, right? Brain Science Institute feels fake. They could have went with neuroscience. I finally realized.
あ、そういうことか。そのカードどこに落ちてたんだ？拾ってくれたん？
その話も4回目よ。
Oh my god, oh my god! That face! She sighed and showed me another card. This one was a photo ID from Victor Condré University.
Eh?
She is the owner of the card. It was the same ID I'd seen Karisu holding before on another world line. The photo on the card. Yeah, that was definitely her.
ヒア城真帆って読むの。私の名前、ヒア城真帆。漢字でもローマ字でも誰も読めた試しがないから、先に言っとくわ。
ビクトル・コンドリア大学の
She like a baby Karisu?
中学生？
寝ぼけるなら夜にして。大学に中学生がいるわけないでしょ。
She doesn't care about her hair. She only cares about brains.
それもそうだな。じゃあ飛び級か。
Unlike in Japan, it wasn't uncommon for Americans to skip grades. Karisu had made it to university at age 17. But still, a girl this young working in a university lab?
一つ確認していいかしら。
Wait, go away. This isn't your moment.
Oh.
Stop bugging me. I love you, but no.
あなた今、少なからず衝撃を受けてるわよね。こんな小さい子が信じられないかしら。
Nah, this is exactly what I predicted.
それともこの年齢ですごいの方。
This is just a normal Steins Gate occurrence. She got me.
高校をよく見なさい。
This girl, Maho Piaggio, pointed to the part of the ID with her slender fingers. I should have paid closer attention to, how she said that. I'll get there. She was born in 1989, and it was 2010, so...
21歳。
She's 21?!
つまり立派な成人女性よ。中学生じゃないのよ。もちろん小学生でも幼稚園児でも。
You know... Good for her. That's crazy. And then she puffed out her chest. There wasn't much to see, but I could imagine her saying, "They look bigger when I'm not wearing clothes. They're huge."
何かしらその顔は。
あ、いや、悪かった。謝る。
I couldn't believe it. She was older than me. That's insane. If Daru was here, he'd be dancing around screaming, "Legal lowly for the win." I hate it. Ew. Refers to the character in anime. Yeah, we know. Awful.
まあいいわ。世界中どこへ行っても同じ
Shake
目
my
に遭
damn
ってる
head.
から。
そうだろうな。
It's fine. She's gonna age insanely well. Good for her.
何か言った？
いや、別に。
Still, the Brain Science Institute, they've gotta stop saying that. That's where Karisu worked. Which means this kid, no, this person, might know about Karisu, or might know a lot about Karisu. I held back the impulse to start badgering her with questions. I looked at the pamphlet with the seminar schedules. Victor Condria's lecture was the last one for the day, and was clearly intended to be the biggest. Was this Maho Hiajo girl going to give a lecture? Just like Kurisu had done at the summer convention? No, wait, that's wrong. That never happened. Kurisu Makise never gave any lectures over the summer. That happened in the Alpha World Line. In the world line I inhabited now, before the summer convention, she'd already...
君が今日は登壇を
As bro should be, dude. Imagine if she was in love with Kurisu and then she finds out we killed her and she tries to kill us! Understandable. So be it.
いいえ、私は助手として来たの。あと通訳も兼ねてね。
I looked at the pamphlet again and saw that the lecturer was a man named Alexis Leskian? Sorry to this man. Alexis Leskinen. Sure. A professor at Victor Condria University and the chief researcher at the Brain Institute. Oh, God, brain science. Jesus.
テーマは人工知能革命か
Oh, no.
面白そうだ
No! Okame! Okame! They don't know! They don't know! Wait, no. They're probably gonna talk about the really cool AI. Like robots. Not the shit we ended up with.
時間があったらぜひ聞いてみてほしいね。
そうするよあ、スタッフルームだったよな
Dude, of course they have time machines. Of course they would have cool AI. They wouldn't have the crappy shit. I lead Maho over to the elevator hall and showed her where the staff room was.
ありがとう。
I had no reason to hang around her any further. I said goodbye and was just about to turn around. Just then, the elevator opened. A woman emerged. The instant I saw her face, every hair on my body stood on end. What? Why is it blue? Also, what the frick is she doing here? Moeka, Kiryu! It was all I could do to keep myself from screaming. Calm down. This is the Beta World line. Mayuri is alive. Moeka's not going to kill her. Our eyes meet. Met, even. The eyes on the other side of her glasses were as dead as ever, and it was impossible to tell what she was thinking. I frantically averted my gaze before she realized something was wrong. She tilted her head for a second, but quickly lost interest in me and turned toward Maho. No way.
ああ、雑誌社の方でしたよね。お約束通り取材を。
Also, we. Dude, the way my brain was like, we get back shots now? Oh my god. Oh. Oh. Different POVs, let's go. Whew. Oh, sorry. The cursed thoughts made it out. Even in this world line, Moeka still only spoke in faint whispers. So interesting, she's working for the magazine.
レスキネン教授はまだなんです。
Maybe.
少しお待たせしてしまいますけど。
I don't know if I trust it.
はい。それまで私でよければシステムの概要でもお願いします。
The two of them disappeared into the staff room. As I watched them leave, I took a deep breath. I tried to calm down, but it wasn't working.
桐生萌か。もしかして、また、お前なのか。
It was a terrible feeling, like a cold finger tracing the wounds in my heart. That night, when the terrorist threat shut down all the trains in Akihabara. That awful night, when I just knew something was going to happen.
ここでもまた、お前が。
Or was I just imagining things? Was she just a magazine reporter now instead of a CERN rounder? I mean, we're still in 2010. So I don't think... I can't remember what month we're in. Or am I wrong? Did we move a year? CERN. The European Laboratory for Nuclear Research. CERN, however, is not an acronym for the group. It comes from the French Society European de Research, blah blah blah. You know. Okay, it is. Yeah, it's fall. European Society for Nuclear Research, its predecessor group. The lab consists of the world's largest particle accelerator on the outskirts of Geneva, Switzerland. It crosses the border between France and Switzerland, and there is a bank, library, post office, and living quarters located on the grounds. Research teams from all over the world, but particularly the 19 countries around Europe, gather here to perform experiments in elementary particle physics. Several thousand people work at CERN. Oh god. Where's my rounder? Completely busted. Hold on. I go away. Yeah, you. Alright. Rounder. Even though we know what that is. An unofficial group that works for CERN. It is in theory an independent group that does technology research. Rounders are deployed all over the world, and their exact numbers are unknown. Their real objective is to recover the IBN 5100s. They're the only machines capable of hacking CERN's hidden database, as well as crushing any attempt at time machine research around the world and taking the scientists back to work for CERN. They are, in essence, mercenaries who are capable of using force if necessary. Some of the members on the bottom rung do their work without ever meeting another rounder face to face. No, even if Moeka was a rounder, we had nothing to do with CERN anymore. CERN wouldn't be watching us. So she could be, but that has nothing to do with us. I took another deep breath, grabbed some of the anxiety meds in my pocket, and swallowed them down with some mineral water I bought ahead of time. Bro, I hope... Okay, yeah, it is the same year, and it's in the fall. Are we in November, I guess? The 11th? 11th month? Well, if he has anxiety meds, then theoretically he may have went to therapy. God, I hope he went to therapy! Not that he could talk about it! But like, maybe something. It would take 15 minutes for them to kick in. Those 15 minutes were always pretty rough. At least he's got the meds, I guess. Just a psychiatrist is enough, that's true. But like, he can talk about it as a dream. Yeah, that's true. I was gonna say, 'cause like... How do you... He definitely should talk about it, but I don't know how you would, but yeah, I suppose you could say it was like a dream that he dreamed that he killed someone. I would say that's probably the bigger one that he'd need. I mean, the whole event is traumatic, let's be real, but I suppose in this case, it would be that. I laughed at myself a little and sat down on one of the reception desk chairs. Oh my god. The frick is that? Is that a text? The table was filled with leaflets, pamphlets, and other things for the attendees. My eyes wandered to one of the pamphlets. How do I open that? I have a smartphone? Ah! Can I? Oh my god. God, look! Ah! Oh my god! Oh, it's peak! Oh, it's peak! Oh my god! Oh shit! Oh! Oh! Oh god. I feel like I should do an Oopa, but these Gyro Froggies are ridiculous, dude. Like, what is that? So wait, do I not? Oh god, am I stuck with that? I'll put that back on for my calls. Oh my god. He's beautiful. Through Ocarine, are things going okay with Mr. Seminar? Oh, Jesus Christ. It's so updated. Ah, that's... Oh my god. It's perfect. It balances out Ocarine's mood. Oh. And you should make the perler beads. Hmm. Oh my god, I don't know I don't know who am I anymore. Do I get to, like, see what he's gonna say like last time? Or is it just gonna immediately send it? Hold on. I'm sure it doesn't matter. It sure doesn't. It sure, you're just committing! There was a little accident. Huh? Did something happen? I almost ran into somebody I really would rather avoid. Oh, you know what? Yeah, that's true! You okay? If you're having a hard time, I think it would be okay to leave halfway through. I can't do that. I'm alright for now, thanks. Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Beautiful. Well, you know what? Okay, I'll go with that. I was gonna save it, and then if I didn't, I can't believe they have the freaking Steingate emojis. That's awesome. Dude, I'm sad I can't switch my text tone, bro. It's good too. You know what? We'll go with this one, though, for now. Maybe the fire one later. Ooh. Dude, fair. I like their little outfits. Who is Yuki Amane? Am I... Sure, that'll be fine. New character. Things I shouldn't have seen yet, got it. God, that phone is good. Every time I get sad, I need to just make me feel better. Anyway, I'm thinking about that new character. I'm like, it's Amane. I'm like, Suzuha, Daru. The mom? But how there? That can't be a thing yet. Is that quick save? Is that? Hold on. Is that what that button is now? Are you? On a? Are you a freaking quick save button? Am I having a? I think I'm quick saving it. Oh well. Anyway, my eyes wandered to one of the pamphlets. Nakabashi theory and the genealogy of pseudoscience. Yo, kill that guy! Anyway, this pamphlet was for Professor Izaki's seminar. Nakabashi theory. Paper he'd announced in Russia. That paper held the key to creating a real time machine. On that day, July 28th, Nakabashi had stolen the paper from Kurisu, his own daughter, and left with it. I knew that. Only Nakabashi and I knew that. I flipped through the pamphlet. It was a brief introduction to the many forms of pseudoscience and fake scientific discoveries that had emerged since the start of the 20th century. On its own, it did make for an interesting reading. And at the end of the pamphlet, Nakabashi theory was introduced as nothing more than another entry in that long list of fakes. So, Dr. Nakabashi's time machine theory had been completely ignored by the academic world. All the glory, glory, fame, and power he'd wanted so badly that he was willing to get rid of his own daughter. He didn't get any of it. And I'd heard rumors that after the announcement, he'd been imprisoned in a Russian lab. To make it even funnier, he thought he was getting VIP treatment. Good! For a short time, there were essays and interviews in bogus academic journals. Even there, it was obvious it had all gone to his head. The ironic thing was that the Nakabashi theory was completely correct and completely revolutionary. The Russian government was worried about it leaking, and the SVR was doing everything it could to keep it under wraps. The Service of the External Reconnaissance of the Russian Federation, aka SVR, Russia's external intelligence agency. Its HQ is in Yasinovo, in southern Moscow. After the old Soviet Committee for State Security, KGB, was disbanded, the new SVR was modeled after the KGB's first directorate. There are other intelligence agencies in Russia as well, such as the Main Intelligence Directorate, GRU, and the Federal Security Service, FSB. Each of them has their own territory and specialization. But under the surface, there was a full-scale information war beginning over the paper. The time traveler from 2036, John Titor, had told me so, which meant it had to be true. I mean, we know who John Titor is. I'll skip that one. My girl Suzuha! Was World War III really going to happen? There was no point in thinking about it. Just a little more before the drugs kicked in. I closed my eyes. Bro went to Eep. Did bro actually go to Eep? Hold on. Several hours later, the convention was going well. After Professor Izaki's seminar, most of the students from my university went home, but I killed some time and came back. I wanted to hear the Victor Condria lecture. Okay. I headed to the hall with plenty of time to spare and saw Maho Hiajo coming from the staff room. That's a white man right there. Yep. She was with a very tall foreigner. Was that Alexis Leskian? I'm so sorry to this man's name. My brain doesn't like it. Mommy, why he looks so weird? He looks like he's been plucked from some... like, from... He looks very old-timey. You know? Like, did he take a time machine? Did someone pick him up from, like, the past and bring him here, and he just kept dressing that way? I thought he was a cyborg at first. That's fair. I don't know. It's just like my initial impression. Like and his clothes, it just looks very old-timey to me. Like, he looks like a man that he could just, yeah, he could, like, go out and work on the farm in the 1920s. Or older. I don't know. I should let him speak so he can correct all of so he can correct everything. It didn't seem like an American name. Nah, bro, that's a European. I could smell it. But maybe he was an immigrant like Karisu, or at least descended from one. I don't know. No one should ever let me talk. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to eavesdrop, but the looks on their faces were so serious that I couldn't help but listen. Since they were both speaking in English, I could barely make out any of it, but I could tell from their voices that it wasn't a pleasant chat. Wait, did I just hear the word makise? My guy's so white you can't even see his eyebrows! Real. I hated the fact that I couldn't speak English. If I had known this was going to happen, I would have gone to an English school. The two of them walked into the waiting room for lecturers. It was located right next to the UPX Center, or theater. It's okay, Okabe. It's not your fault. English is hard. I speak it and I'm bad at it. I can't imagine trying to learn it. I put together the first few fragments I was able to understand. Fire at Karisu's house. Mrs. Makise is alright. Robbery. The police called off the investigation. Why was the FBI there? It doesn't make sense. Yo, we got the FBI? Federal Bureau of Investigation. An American police organization. It is attached to the Department of Justice. It handles crimes that occur on American soil. There are approximately 30,000 people who work for the FBI. When crimes take place involving a wide area in multiple states, the FBI investigates under federal law. I think that's what they were saying. Karisu's house. Do they mean where she lived in America? Her mother should still live in America. Is that where the fire was? And then words like robbery, and the investigation was called off. I really wanted to know more. She did live in the US, yeah. I was just saying, don't both of them, though, technically? I mean, she's dead here, but she lived there before she died. I stood there and worried until it was time for the lecture to begin. With nothing else to do, I went inside the theater. I need to drink some of my water. I'm drinking all my Coke way too early. I could tell earlier by looking at the size of the crowds going inside, but it was a very high energy crowd. We're hyped about freaking brain science. The atmosphere was clearly different than Izaki's seminar, which was mostly students there for credit. The place was nearly full with a crowd of scientists and people who wanted to learn about cutting-edge technology. Victor Condria's researchers had published a slate of papers in Science Interesting. Papers in Science recently, and it had gotten a lot of media attention. Maybe that was why. Were there any empty seats? I found a single open seat at the edge. Am I having a stroke? Hold on. Am I having a stroke? Nope, that's not the right button. But when I looked who was sitting next to it, I moaned. Don't do that. What button is my freaking... Do I not have one? My backlog. Oh, Oh, okay. I found a single open seat. And that's a choice. I thought I was losing it. Oh, I still love that UI though. It's Moeka, right? You again. Moeka Kiryu was there. She was speaking to no one, just typing endlessly into her phone. I'd once named her Shining Finger because of her incredible typing speed, and she was as fast as ever. Who is she talking to? Interesting to me now that she has a flip phone, but we've moved into smartphones. She's diehard, I guess. I didn't even want to imagine. Although, you know what? I saw a TikTok last night of somebody, maybe she likes the tactile feel, comforting. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised, because, like, I know I see some people talking about, like, when they're upgrading, that they're, like, going back to, like, the new, I guess, flip phones? Or wanting to? Which seems so interesting to me. But then, like I was gonna say, I saw a TikTok last night, which was absolutely bonkers to me. Like, of this girl who was like, I'm on my phone too much, like, all the time. So I'm putting in a landline. So she got, granted, it was a cute phone, but she installed this phone, but instead of it being, you know, like hooked up the way landlines were, it, I don't even fully understand. It was like hooked up to her cell phone, but it would come through the landline. So like if someone dialed her cell phone number, it would go to like the landline phone. It was like I think it was like something she like plugged in to her phone and then plugged into the landline and it worked that way. I was like, this is so weird. I don't know. I mean, we haven't had a landline and I don't even know. Isn't that just call forwarding? You would, I mean, it is if the landline was like actually a landline, but it was like you know what I mean? Like on its own, the phone won't do anything. But because it was like specifically plugged into this special software thing that plugs it into the cell phone, yeah, she like physically connected it to her phone. I was like, that's so weird. Yeah, I was like baffled. It's very strange to me. Which, I mean, yeah, you know, if you want a landline, that's fine. Like, power to you, but I was like, why would you not just get a landline? As opposed to, I mean, I guess bills, but yeah, it was so, yeah, it was like, it was physically connected to her phone, which I thought was very strange. Kind of neat, though, to see it actually work, but very strange. Anyway, just thinking about phones because, you know, we got this fancy one and she hasn't made the upgrade yet. Dr. Leskinen? I don't know, man. I'm sorry. Sorry to this guy. I reached the podium almost the exact instant I sat down. I still have a landline. The TV plus internet package is cheaper with it, included them without. That's so valid. That's very valid. There was a huge wave of applause. God, I think she might have said it and I missed it, but I hope they say it again because I need to lock in. But I can't for the life of me figure it out right now. I don't remember when we got rid of ours. But it was just, we pretty much only got rid of ours because anyone that calls the house would just call my mom's phone instead, because I mean, they were always looking for her anyway. So when they saw the tiny little girl come up next to him, the applause faded into confused murmurs. Maho must have expected this. Her expression didn't change in the slightest as she stood next to the professor. In fact, when she took the microphone from the professor and looked around the theater, she looked like she belonged there.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Say your name! Damn it! First, Dr. Lesky began to speak in English. It's fine. When he made contact with Maho, she began to interpret.
Thank you for attending.
皆さん、本日は私のセミナーに集まってくださって感謝します。
Please, Maho. Please say his name. Please save me.
I am Alexis Leskinen.
ビクトル・コンドリア大学脳科学研究所のアレクシス・レスキネンです。専門は脳信号処理システムおよび人工知能理論になります。
I need you to know the way I just, like, instinctively, like, grabbed my face, like, holding above my freaking eyebrows. Cause he immediately started saying it right when she started talking, so I couldn't hear it. I was like, bruh, I was about to lose it. But yeah, I guess it's Leskinen? Yeah, we're going with that. We're gonna hope. Jesus Christ.
そして私は
Words.
助手のヒアジョマホで
Names.
す。同じく脳科学研究所で教授の指導に沿って研究をしています。よろしく。
The audience started murmuring again. That was the same way I responded when I met her. Well, that'll happen, yeah.
Now, without further ado,
では早速ですが、私たちの最先端研究の一端をご紹介します。
I know today's theme is
テーマは人工知能革命としましたが、これからデモンストレーションするシステムはおそらく皆さんの想像を超えたものではないかと思っています。
Alright. Artificial intelligence, often shortened to AI. There have been many different definitions for this word since its creation. For example, some use it to refer to controlled systems with self-directed learning capability, while others use it to refer to programs whose thoughts routines mirror humans. Dr. Leskinen stood in front of the laptop that had been placed on the podium and started to type.
このパソコンですが、研究所のスーパーコンピューターの一つと接続されています。ああ、まだプロジェクターには映さないで。
One of the staffers was about to display the laptop screen on the front projector. Some kind of important program must have been booting up because Maho Hiajo stopped them.
Sorry, this is all
す
still
み
in
ません、
development.
まだ開発
We
途中
haven't
なん
had
です。
time to develop much of UI
非
yet.
常に美的センスのないプログラムが画面いっぱいに溢れ返っています。
Honestly, I'm a
こんな
little
チープな
embarrassed
プログラ
by
ムを
all
見
this
られるのは
computer
恥ず
data.
かしい。
I almost feel like
裸を見られるよりもね。
That's crazy.
any engineers out there?
この中にエンジニアの方がいるなら理解していただけますよね。
Also, I just freaking noticed his laptop is a banana. I love that it's a banana instead of an apple. That's pretty good. Some of the audience got the professor's joke and laughed.
Anyway, while this finishes
起
spreading
動
out,
するまでの
I'll
間、
give you a quick
この
overview
シス
of
テ
our
ム全
system.
体の概略を説明しましょう。
There was another projector in the center of the stage. A diagram appeared on its screen. And at the top of the diagram was a Japanese translation for the general audience. An analysis of neuropulse signals relating to memories stored in the temporal lobe. Okay. Alright. Nerve pulse, an electrical signal that travels through a human's nerve cells. It's used to quickly spread information between cells. Temporal cortex, a part of the cerebrum located at the side of the brain. It controls memory, judgment, emotional restraint, hearing, and more. It's also used for accessing the hippocampus, which is on the edge of the cerebrum. I knew that title well. In fact, I was sure I could never forget it. It was the title of an essay written by a 17-year-old genius and published in Science. She had completely analyzed the nerve impulse patterns that govern human memory and used that to digitize the... Yeah, it's how she made the freaking time leap, bruh! I'm fine. I'm good. I'm chill. Interesting. See where this goes, I guess. And she had used that to invent the time leap machine right in front of my eyes. Though none of that had actually happened anymore.
We've actually been featured in a
サイ
few
エンス
journals
誌に
recently,
掲載されたので
so some of you
ご存知
may
の方も
already
い
be
るでしょう
familiar with the project. It was proposed by a very talented
これ
Japanese
は
member of our team.
私たちのチームにいた天才的な日本人研究者によって提唱され完成されたものです。
Human memories are stored in
人間の
several
記憶は
copies,
大
particularly
脳
in
皮
the
質
temporal lobe,
とりわ
a
け
layer-like flash
側
memory.
頭葉に記録されます。いわゆるフラッシュメモリみたいなもの。
Cerebral cortex, the gray-colored external layer of the human brain. It is only a few millimeters thick, but consists of over 10 billion neurons in countless layers. A central core governing sensation and movement and mental activity. Different parts handle different functions.
The part of the temporal lobe
そのメモリに記憶を書き込んだり読み出したりするのが側頭葉にある海馬傍回という部位になります。
The hippocampal gyrus. It's found on the outside edge of the hippocampus. It is the part of the brain that controls memories and spatial recognition. It is responsible for spatial processing as well as the sensation of being familiar with a situation or place. It plays an important role in memory encoding and retrieval. Dr. Leskinen pointed to the diagrams of the brain and hippocampus on the screen.
The brain works by transmitting
脳は
electrical signals between
ニューロン
cells
と呼ばれる
called
細
neurons.
胞の間を電気信号が伝わっていくことで働いています。
Also referred to as nerve cells. Cells specialized for information processing. Electrical pulses flow through these cells to share various types of information, making them a form of transmission mechanism.
What we call memories are
記
just
憶と
those
いうのも
electrical signals
実
and
は
they're
こ
controlled
うい
by
った
the
電気信
particle
号の
controllers.
伝わりの一つなのです。その働きを制御しているのが海馬傍回と言ってもいいでしょう。
In other words,
つまり
electrical signals passing
電
through
気
the
信号
particle
が海馬
controllers
傍
is
回を
what
出
creates
入りする
memories.
ことで記憶は作られていくんですね。
That was a foundation for
そこで
personal memories.
マキセ・クリスは
Oh, girl,
こ
I'm fine.
の論文を書いた日本人
I'm
研究者です。
I'm not fine.
And excuse me, I mean,
あの、
Ms. Makise, one of our
マキセ
research
研
assistants.
究員は考えました。
You see here, electrical signals, signal patterns, there's
海
several
馬傍
topics.
回を通る電気信号が電気信号のパターンと大脳皮質の
Is this whole lecture gonna be on something that Harisu came up with and probably presented? Well, you know, to the people in her field. And now they're presenting it because she's not there anymore? You know, because she no longer can, but they're taking her work. Because obviously it's, you know, fantastic work, but is that what this is gonna be? Or do they have... We'll see, yeah, I guess. I was gonna say, or do they have things to add? Because so far, it seems like they're just being like, yeah, this is... Karisu said this, this, and this. Which, I mean... respectable. Maho started to have trouble with her interpreting. She was getting confused. No matter how good you were with languages, interpreting for a long period of time had to be difficult. And at this level, no less. I'd once read an article on the internet that said even a professional can't do it for more than 20 minutes. International conferences and live broadcasts, oh my god, from overseas were actually handled by a team of people switching off. Or maybe, was she having trouble because Karisu's name came up? Dr. Leskinen saw she was having trouble and cut himself off.
すみません。
Were they close?
マキセ研究員は海馬妨害を出入りする電気信号のパターンに着目しました。そのパターンが大脳皮質のどの記憶と対応しているのか解析を行って完全なデータを得たのです。これによって記憶という曖昧でアナログなものを電気信号のパターンの組み合わせというデジタルなものに変換する基礎理論が確立されたのです。これがサイエンス誌に掲載された彼女の論文です。そして現在、私たちのチームはその理論をもとに人間の記憶をデジタルデータとして取得するシステムを開発しています。
Oh shit. A wave of whispers swept across the theater.
それはすなわち人間の記憶をコンピューターに保存しそれを活用するシステムということになります。
Interesting. The whispers turned into a low roar. I see. So even after her death, Karisu's research was being carried on. Yep. Well, when you're someone like Makise Karisu, I'd say that tracks. Of course, maybe it was natural that it would be. That was the basic theory for time leaping, which I had proved myself, even if I could never prove it to anyone else in the Alpha World line. My memories had been turned into data and stored on a computer. There was no doubt about that. And what Dr. Leskinen was talking about right now was the basic technology required for that process.
現在、私たちが行っているプロジェクトは主に2つです。1つは医療分野への応用です。
The slide on the projector changed.
こちらは精神生理学研究所と共同で行っているプロジェクトです。コンピューターに保存した記憶データを海馬妨害を通して再び元の脳に書き戻すというもので
Incredible!
Someone who looked like a grad student in the front row shouted. Dr. Leskinen didn't seem particularly put off by the interruption. Maho continued her interpretation.
信じがたいですか。その気持ちは理解できます。私も皆さんの立場であればそう言ったでしょう。しかし、この研究に私たちは手応えを感じています。これが実用化できればどんなに素晴らしいことでしょう。例えば、老化による記憶障害、あとは アルツハイマーなど、そうしたものへの対処療法が期待できます。
Symptomatic therapy, treatment intended not to cure the cause of a disease, but to alleviate its symptoms and relieve pain. Relieve pain. Painkillers and fever reducers are examples of symptomatic therapy.
Anyone's memories could be
患者の記憶を
backed
デー
up
タ
as
として
digital
自動
data.
的にバックアップしていくのです。
Even if a memory is lost,
記憶が
the
失われ
every
たと
time
しても、
it's possible to
その都度
access
PC に
the
アクセス
and
し、
reinstall data in the
脳内
brain.
にデータを再インストールすることが可能です。
Yeah, that certainly sounds crazy. But, I mean, for something like that, it would be pretty handy.
We could halt the progress of
それ
senility
によ
and
って
dementia.
忘
That's the
却
sort
の
of
進
thing
行
we
を食い
believe
止
this
められるの
research
ではない
can
か。
accomplish.
私たちはそう考えています。
Eventually, it would be
最
possible
終
to
的に
directly
は
and continuously
海馬妨害
access
から
data stored on the
PC 内の
computer
記憶
to
データ
the
に
target
常時アク
controller.
セスできるようになるでしょう。
So if the brain were to lose
そうすれば
functionality,
脳
say
機能が
through brain
失われた
damage
状
or
態、
otherwise,
例えば脳が激しく損傷したり萎縮してしまった場合などですが、
the system would essentially
そのような状態でも
whatever part of the
変わら
brain
ず
was
脳
firing.
機能を維持できます。
Think of it like an
あたか
external
も
hard drive.
外部ストレージと同じように。
A data storage unit that can be detached from a computer or cell phone, or other electronic device. Some examples include hard drives and flash memory. A strange feeling gripped the hall. Part of it was shock, and the feeling that they were witnessing the announcement of an incredible technology. Part of it was skepticism, that a system like this could never actually work. Part of it was revulsion at the idea of playing around with a human brain like that. An excitement born of all these things passed from one member of the crowd to another. Dr. Leskinen raised his hand to encourage questioners.
I'm seeing some of you have questions.
どうやら2つ目のプロジェクトをお話しする前に質問を受け付けないといけないようですね。
I'll answer as many as I can. Go
で
ahead.
きる範囲でお答えします。どうぞ。
Many hands were raised. I could tell that there was a wide age range of people interested. Both young and old were raising their hands. God, I feel like I really can't read today. Holy shit. Like my brain ain't working right. Which I mean is normal, but like I feel worse than usual. So I apologize. Dr. Leskinen pointed to a questioner. This was the first question. Sampling would be required when digitizing analog memories. Does that mean any information would be lost? The act of taking data at regular intervals. The professor nodded as he listened to the question in Japanese and began to respond in English when the speaker finished. Maybe he was able to understand Japanese, if not speak it.
Let me reflect
そ
that.
の質問を言い換えると、
You're talking about attempting to
オーケストラの
record
生
orchestral
演奏を
performance and how
ワ
we
ブ
can
のデータ
navigate
に
the
保存
perfect
する
edit
際、
and make the best
生
broadcast
演奏
format.
のすべてを
And how
完
our
璧に
story
記録
should
することはできない
suffer from the sound
と。
That's certainly a concern. In
確か
fact,
に
it's
そ
one
の
of the
懸念
most
はあります。
pressing issues our
現在
research
の
is
研究で
addressing right now.
最も困難な問題の一つです。
Now, if the intercerebral network
脳
used
内の
simple
ネットワークが
on-off states for
神経伝
neurotransmitters
達物質
like
の
binary
オ
data,
ンオフだけ
it
で、
would be easy.
つまり二進数的にデータのやり取りをしているのであれば簡単な問題でした。
After all, that's
そ
how
れ
our
は
computer deals
デジタ
with
ル
data.
データと同じことだからです。
Unfortunately, intercerebral
しかし
transmission
実際には
substance and signals are
伝
much
達
more
物質や
analog
電
than
気
they
信
are
号は
digital.
脳内でアナログ的に変化することが分かっています。
So at present, the best
この
solution
問題
is
に関しては
simply to store data
今の
at
と
the
ころ
highest possible
より
sampling
高い
rate.
サンプリングレートでデータをサンプルする方法しか手段を持っていません。
In musical teams, you could
音楽
say
の
it's
話で
like
言えば
something at 48
44.1kHz よりも 48kHz 48kHz よりも 96kHz でサンプリングするといった具合です。それによってデジタルでありながらアナログデータに近い情報を得ようとしています。
Little by little, the mood in the room was turning to disappointment. People were beginning to wonder if this was just a pretty theory that wouldn't work in reality. More questions came. All of the questioners were skeptical of the professor's theory, and many of them seemed to be outright challenging him. I started to get upset. This was Dr. Leskinen's research, but it was also Karisu's. I knew better than anyone that it worked, and the sight of so many people refusing to give it a chance infuriated me. Were these people really scientists? I tried to keep myself under control and looked back towards the podium. Was she mad? She certainly looked disappointed. Dr. Leskinen was very polite with the rude questioners, acknowledging the problems with the theory. She was very different. Her anger was starting to seep into her interpreting too. I felt a kind of kinship with her. The question and answer session continued.
そもそもこれは医学的に無謀でしょう。デジタルデータを脳に書き戻すなんて絶対に不可能だ。正気の沙汰ではない。サイエンス誌に掲載されたあの論文も読みましたが、にわかには信じられない。ましてや、筆頭著者が若干17歳の女性だったとあっては。
This is where they freaking snap, bro. That was the one thing I couldn't ignore.
あなたね。
There he is! Objection! Man, I didn't know we were playing Ace Attorney today. That's crazy.
あ
Her face! Oh my god! That's so cute! The two people on the stage and the entire audience all turned toward me at once.
やってみもしないで何がわかるって言うんだ。
He did. Bro be freaking interrupting lectures left and right. But at least this time, you know,
最初は無理だと思われてた技術なんてこの世にいくらでもあるじ
for
ゃ
a
ないか。
better reason.
でもそれを克服した研
But I
究者
guess
がい
last
るから
time it
こ
was because he was
そ
so
今があるんだ
freaking
ろう。
passionate about time travel and shit.
ただ批判するだけじゃ何も生まれない。
The whole theater went silent. But I didn't regret standing up.
あなた。
On the stage, Maho Hiajo was staring at me in shock. And now he's passionate about Kurisu. Damn right! And as for Dr. Leskinen, I saw a flash of white teeth as our eyes met. That's terrifying! Genuinely, I don't like that. I'm telling you, I've not trusted a blonde man since Monster. That's giving Johan if he aged. That's no.
Awesome. He's really something.
He started to applaud. Sir, you're being nice to me, but I'm terrified. Could you make a different face? Why was he applauding? It just makes things embarrassing. Oh, thank God we're back. He looks more normal now. Jesus.
素晴らしい。
素晴
彼は
らしい。
なかなか大したやつだ。ですって。
Maho translated the professor's words for me to hear.
Nonetheless, a scientist must
ただ
always
し
remain composed.
科学者たるもの常に冷静でなければいけない。
The only time when it is
大
possible
声で
to
怒鳴っ
shout
てい
is
いのは
when your
実験
experiment
が
is a
成功
success
した
and you
時
say,
の
"We did it!"
We did it!
And that should be enough.
それだけで十分
Oh my
だそうで
god.
すよ。
That's funny.
すみません。
I lowered my head and sat down. I thought I was calm, but I guess I let my emotions get away from me. I hadn't grown up at all in the past 6 months. If Kurisu was here, she'd make fun of me again. If Kurisu was here, she'd be on that stage, bro. I could feel the rest of the audience staring at me coldly. It hurt. If I could have left, I would have wanted to, but I was too interested in hearing the rest of Dr. Leskinen's talk to move.
And anyway, moving on.
それでは皆さん、そろそろ次に。
Oh, first, a round of applause,
でも、
please, for
そ
our
の
great
前
friend.
に勇敢な彼に拍手をお願いします。
Oh no. Please. No.
Men like him are what
彼
drives
のような
scientific
挑
progress
戦者
and
こそが、
end up the
科学を
world's
進歩させ、
remarkable theories.
あっと驚くような理論を作り上げるのです
He may even become the third
彼なら
Einstein.
きっと
The third
第3のアイ
Einstein.
ンシュタインになれるかもしれませんね
Who's the second Who? What? Wait. I'm not smart. Who's the second Einstein?
The second Einstein, of course,
ち
would
な
be
み
my
に
slightly
第
fussy
2のアイン
assistant
シュ
here.
タインは
Oh, thank
ここ
God.
にいるちょっと小うるさい私の助手
What? Well, you know what? Sure. What the hell, sure.
変なこと言うのはやめてください教授
I did say that she's probably a genius. And yeah, alright. The audience chuckled. Sheesh. Nah, I believe him!
さて
Einstein number
ここで
2!
私はしばらく通訳をお休みさせていただきますこれから私よりも優秀な通訳が登場しますこれが
Oh, they're swapping.
私たちのチームが今最も力を入れている2つ目のプロジェクトアマデウスシステムです
Interesting. When she finished speaking, Maho walked to the back of the stage. At Dr. Leskinen's signal, the PC screen was displayed on the projector. 2 of them. And then I heard a voice.
皆さん初めてお目にかかります
What? So she's the AI, okay. Gotcha. The murmuring got louder than before, but it felt more uncertain than surprised. On the screen, I could see a detailed 3D model of Maho, the girl who'd just been interpreting.
ちなみにこれは映画などで有名な
But she, if she was the right word, hesitated and went silent. I looked at the real Maho, and she was responding exactly the same way.
教授、今のは。教授、今の発言はセクシャルハラスメントとして大学に訴えてもいいでしょうか。
Oh my god! What did Bro say? Dr. Leskinen laughed cheerfully and responded to her. The conversation wasn't quick English, and over half the audience couldn't understand it. The real Maho sighed and took back the microphone.
教授はですね、私に対して、いえ、私の記憶で動作しているこのアマデウスに対して質問に答えてごらんと言いました。いつ頃までパパとお風呂に入っていたかとか、初恋はいつだったかとか、何でも答えられるだろうと。ああ、もうそれ以上通訳しなくて
I knew not to trust this man.
恥ずかしいからやめてくれないかしら。
Bro's creepy.
私はそういう質問には一切答えないわよ。
He's upsetting the AI! Professor said something else, and the Maho on screen groaned and turned away. He's upsetting both, actually!
クレジットカードの番号なんて
Only makes it worse because he's older. Bro's way older. I'm definitely not telling you my credit card number.
あと1週間前に着ていたパジャマの色なんて覚えてるわけないです。
What was this? It was so natural I couldn't tell at first, but this was something unbelievable, wasn't it? Although I suppose it does, as gross as the question is, I suppose it still does show her personality. So, I'll give him that, but freaking, I'm getting the spray bottle, bro. It felt very different than a typical AI. I could tell that much. It wasn't answering the questions it was given. And because they were embarrassing? Was it programmed to respond like that to certain questions for the purpose of this demonstration? It was possible that that's all it was, but if that conversation wasn't programmed in advance, the rest of the crowd seemed to reach the same conclusion I did, and the whispers started to turn into surprised murmur.
ねえちょっといい加減このいたずらな子供を何とかしてくれないかしら。何をしたいのか理解はできるけど、とにかく恥ずかしいわ。
The copy of Maho was complaining to the original. It felt like I was watching a pair of twin sisters talking.
いたずらな子供ではなく、レスキネン教授が面白がってなかなか説明してくれないので、代わりに私がお話しします。
Maho walked back to the professor.
皆さん、もうお分かりかと思いますが、アマデウスは自分が話していいこととそうでないこと、あるいは話したいことと話したくないことを自ら判断して喋っています。私たちはアマデウスにそういったプログラムを一切施していません。
I knew it.
彼女は与えられた私の記憶からそれを独自に判断し、自律的にそういう行動をとっているのです。
The Maho on screen suddenly took over for her.
そしてこれは先ほどの医療分野への応用とは方向性が真逆になってしまい、研究所内でもずっと議論が交わされていることですが、私は不必要な情報をいつの間にか忘れてしまう。
How do you deem what's unnecessary?
というか、記憶の引き出しから出してこられなくなるのです。皆さんと同じようにです。例えば、1週間前に着ていたパジャマの色。確かにそれを知っていたはずなのに、今は思い出せません。
So, like, she forgets.
そのような情報は 生存していく上で必要がないからです。これも皆さんと同じです。このようにアマデウスは記憶のインプットやアウトプットが人間のそれと非常に近いのです。これは私たちも驚くべき結果として研究を重ねている最中で、まだ詳しくは解明されていません。
As Maho finished up, Dr. Leskinen took the microphone back. He resumed interpreting as he continued the lecture.
However, what really surprised us
さら
was
に
that Amadeus
私たちを驚かせたのは、アマデウスが意図して嘘をつくということ。何らかのトラブルやミスではなく、わざとそうするのです。嘘は人間が他人とコミュニケーションを取る上での一つの手法です。アマデウスもインプットされた記憶を自律的に検討し、必要であれば自分や他人のために平気で嘘をつきます。教授、誤解を招くような言い方はやめてください。嘘をつくのに平気なことなんてありません。私だって両親が咎めます。
Dr. Leskinen cut off. He seemed to be hesitating. Maho didn't seem especially surprised by this. Maybe she knew the reason. But the moment passed and the professor continued. And Maho translated his words like there was nothing shocking about them at all.
このような検証を続けていくことで、最終的に私たちはアマデウスに人間と同様の魂を宿すことができるのではないかと考えています。
Does this unit have a soul? I was stunned. A soul? Could one of the leading brain scientists in the world really be using a word with such a vague definition?
これこそ本当の意味での人工知能ということになります。
The whole hall got very quiet. And it was sheer chaos for a while after that, as everyone tried to debate their own personal theories with Dr. Leskinen at once. It was thanks to Izaki that I was able to get into the reception held after the ATF was over. They told me there was a dress code, so I went all the way back to my parents' house to get a suit to change into. At first, all that effort paid off, as Izaki introduced me to some of the country's top researchers. That's why he's in all black. Riken, JAXA, IMS, etc. Institute of Material Structure Science, a lab at the High Energy Accelerator Research Organization, TEC, located in Tsubaka, Ibaraki. Primarily works in using electron accelerators to investigate the structure and properties of matter. JAXA, Japan Aerospace Exploration Agency. JAXA. An independent administration agency formed in October 2003 by uniting the Institute of Space and Aeronautical Science, the National Aerospace Laboratory, and the National Space Development Agency. It primarily does space and aeronautical research. Its headquarters is located at the Aerospace Center in Chofu, Tokyo. Oh my god! Tokyo! Jesus Christ, I'm losing it, bro. Freaking robots, dude. True. And it has other space centers and observations located all through the country, such as Yasuda in Nagano, Tsukuda in Ibaraki, and Sagamihara in Kanagawa. It also has Japan's only 2 rocket launch pads, located in Uchinora and Tanage. I have played some of Robotic Notes, which I had been thinking of picking it back up, and now I'm like really thinking about picking it back up. Because the second they introduced that AI, I'm like thinking about the one whose name I can't remember off the back of my head. Because I'm freaking suffering today, apparently. But like, there sure is an AI there! Yeah, like I know everything is like low-key connected. And if I am correct, Steins Gate comes before those. So now now my brain is just like, my brain is like, did part of Karisu's stuff get did that science get used to make that AI that bro sees? I watched Robotic Notes, I thought it was pretty good, but I haven't played the VN. I like what I played. It's very different, which I'm sure you know. Like, I can't remember how far into it, but it was actually one of the things I went through depression, TM, where I just like straight up wasn't playing video games at all for a while, because I just couldn't, I don't know, I was just like too exhausted and everything. And I put on a Robotics Notes because I was like, you know what? All I have to do is press a single button. So even when I'm exhausted, I was like, it's at least something. But I should go back to it, because now I'm very curious. But yeah, it's very chill. It's funny, because the thing I remember most is just like, you know, it's very like mecha, like, oh my god, Gundam, just kind of vibes, like with your friends and stuff, and the robots. And then I just remember there was like this one part where it did like the whose eyes are those, and I like shat my pants because it came out of nowhere, and I was like, what do you mean? And then it just didn't get touched upon to where I am yet. Granted, I can't remember where I am, but I just remember that, like, yeah, like a character like showed up and did that, and I like shat my pants. It was great. It was iconic. So yeah, low-key, I should really go back to that, because this is definitely making me, through that whole presentation, I was like low-key, as soon as they brought out the AI, I was like, I'll be thinking about it. But I also did start Final Fantasy VII Remake last night, so we'll see. We'll see which one pulls me. I won't spoil that. Yes, no spoilers. Thank you. I will yap about it to you when I play more, though. Do not worry. I have to finish FF7 Remake. I have gotten really far in FF7, like the OG, but then I stopped playing it, and every other time I have tried to pick it up again or restart it, I could just never get into it again. So everyone is just kind of like, hey, just do Remake. Just do that. So you're stuck at the house fight. Yeah, I don't know how I feel about the combat yet. It seemed interesting, but I'm not very far, because I literally didn't really do much yesterday, but I don't know, around like 9 o'clock, I was like, you know what, maybe, because I was kind of just like looking through my options, and like you said, the other parts, there's so many of those now, and then I think like the newest one is coming out in like the spring of next year or something. So I'm like, maybe it's time. I reached Tifa though, and I'm like, thank you God, she's so pretty. It was like, this is all seeming pretty cool, and then I see her, I'm like, oh my god, yeah, you know what? Yeah, maybe. But it's definitely interesting so far. I just like unlocked all the side quests, which I was not expecting, so Oh, dude, I wanted Pokopia so bad, so I'm with you on that. And the backlog is just... See, I may have downloaded FF7 from PlayStation Plus, but I'm counting it as my backlog, so don't take that from me. We're just saying it's there. It's... The backlog is never ending, dude. It's awful. I feel that in my soul. The Institute of Physical and Chemical Research, Riken, founded in 1917, is Japan's only general natural sciences institute. Research at Riken covers a variety of fields like physics, engineering, chemistry, computational science, biology, and medicine. Its base is located in Wako City, Saitama. There are other labs in Hyogo, Kanagawa, and other locations in Japan. Riken also has research centers in America, England, and other countries. I did it! I've been intending to finish FF7 Remake for the longest time, since I think 2019 or 2018. Dude, I was so surprised when I opened it. I couldn't... Like, I guess I technically knew, but it's also low-key crazy to me that it's been that long since it came out. But... yeah, we'll see. Tifa might keep being there. I mean, I know the story is incredible and all that, but like... I don't know. I really wanted to start something new this week. But like... I don't know. Like, I was kind of also feeling that thing where it's like so many games that I don't know what to play, so I just do nothing. And then also, with just life, sometimes it's easier to just like put on a show and just, you know, do that. But I'm like, man, I want something that's not Limbus. I want like a JRPG or something to also play on the side. So, oh my god, text. So we'll see if that, I was like, you know what, I'll just try it out, see if it pulls me. But... Wait, what? How does this work? Is this like a group chat? Or does it just show up to whoever the... What is this? Hold on. What is this? Oh dear. I got scared. It put up like an auto skip thing and I freaked out. Do you not get to select individual people anymore? Does it just like throw you wherever you need to be? Can't believe you get to go to a fancy party. Die in a fire, Mr. Fancy Pants. Oh, okay, it's just one continuous chat stream. Weird. You could have helped too, you know. All the food here looks so good. There's nobody to talk to and I'm bored. I do kind of hate that you don't get to see what the option will put out anymore. You know what? Food. Bring me back a doggy bag. Hell no, I can't do that. You can do what you set your mind to. There is no limit but the vast blue sky. I can come get it right now if you want me to. Are you that hungry? Fine, okay, I'll get you something. But I refuse. Worth it for the freaking Oopa. Oh my god, what is... I love him. I don't know who that is, but that's a good bear. I can't with the freaking Steins Gate emojis. That's so cute. It's very cute. Dude, Oopa emojis would be pretty peak. Before long, Izaki ran off to suck up to some university professor, and I was left completely abandoned. But yeah, I would say I've been kind of like... Even though I've been exhausted, my brain has wanted like a Final Fantasy or a SMT Persona. Something from either one of those. But there's also like a gazillion to choose from, which I suppose also doesn't help. So I don't know. I just threw it on. We'll see. I hope it clicks because it does seem really cool from what I played. But if it doesn't, it'll be because it's not turn-based. Because that's still my preference. But we'll see if the story and everything and presentation-wise, if it grabs me enough to make up for it not being turn-based. So all I did was stand around and eat from the buffet by the wall. To be honest, I couldn't tell if the food was any good or not. Dude, I don't even know the last time I've been to a buffet. It sounds pretty good. Whenever my glass got empty, a smiling waiter was always around to fill it up again, and so I found myself drinking more than I intended. My stomach was already so full it hurt. The whole place felt like it was another world.
やっぱりこういうのには向かないわ。
Rintaro and woman. Who could it be? At the exact moment I spoke, I heard a girl next to me say the exact same thing. Surprised, I looked over at her. Our eyes met.
あら、あなた。
Hello, gremlin. What was a middle school girl doing here? Bro, you know she's 21! You're right, she's still a child. But he can't say that because she's older than him. Wait. Oh, he's stupid. You know what? He's drunk. He's going through it. He doesn't know. I was like, why is he saying this again? But no, he didn't recognize her. Fair enough. Then a moment later, I realized it was Maho Hiajo. She was wearing the exact same outfit she'd been wearing during the lecture. A lab coat in a place like this? That's just what the old me would have done.
あなたは
Maho is clearly at a place. Why? Because she was still wearing her lab coat?
なんで白衣なんです？
Because she's a scientist. I couldn't help but ask.
ちゃんとした服も持ってきたつもりだったのよ。
Oh. She was sure she had, but she hadn't. And that's why she was standing in the corner, trying not to attract attention.
あなた、昼間受付にいた人ね。
岡部倫太郎です。東京電機大学の学生で、伊崎ゼミで勉強してます。
I handed her one of the business cards that I'd thrown together after Izaki told me I needed them. She grabbed one of her own out of a stack and carelessly put it in my hands.
いいわ。無理に丁寧に話さなくても。
That was a huge help.
珍しい名前でしょ、私。
え、ああ、誰も読めないとか言ってたっけ？
I looked at the card and saw that the pronunciation of her name was written in unusually large letters. That was probably because of how people kept screwing it up.
沖縄ではよくある名字なんだけれどね。
So real for that.
曽祖父と曽祖母がね、移民なのよ。私はアメリカ生まれのアメリカ育ち。
ハーフにはあんまり見えないな。クォーター。
外れ。祖父、祖母、父、母、すべて日本人よ。DNA は生粋のジャパニーズ。
Or DNA. We know what DNA is. Technically. I'll save myself from that one. And then the conversation stopped. I'm a terrible conversationalist, honestly. Quit trying to be a weird race scientist, Okabe. The old me would have gone full Shinobu and started ranting about conspiracy and magic powers, whether the other person cared or not. But you can't really call that a conversation. I had no idea what to say to somebody I'd never met before. Literally 8th grader's disease. That was worth opening, actually. This term refers to the slightly unusual actions and speech patterns commonly used by Japanese boys undergoing puberty. Oh my god. Holy shit. Wait, I'm locking in. Hold on, where? It can also be used as a pejorative term toward people who left puberty a long time ago but still say highly embarrassing things as if they were still kids. Shinobu refers to someone who performs antisocial, misanthropic, or delusional actions or makes statements in an attempt to make themselves seem like a grown-up. While the speaker may think that they're really cool, from the perspective of an adult, they look ridiculous. Shinobu can be broken down further into categories, one of which is the evil eye Shinobu, who seems convinced that he has a special anime power or backstory. For example, an evil eye that gives him magical abilities. Strictly speaking, Ocarina falls into this category. I was like, why is it talking about evil eye? I had to keep going when I found that. I've been working at becoming a real adult, even buying and studying men's magazines, but none of it really helped. Without anything to talk about, I looked over at Dr. Leskinen. He seemed to be giving a lecture on neurons to a bunch of scientists.
今日はすまなかったな。
何が？
いや、セミナーの途中で邪魔を。
ああ、あれね。気にすることないわ。
So I see that we have an interesting conundrum, I think. But I'm guessing, I could be way off, but like, considering she was seemingly, or at least it was implying that she was mad, or at least upset, something was going on when Kurisu's name kept coming up, which suggests that they have a history. So how the hell does that work? You know? Because we have two people, theoretically, assuming I'm right with that assumption, that both know Kurisu, except he knows her from the Alpha timeline, and she knows her from this one, or World line, rather. Is that good? Or is that... Because, like, if they start talking about her, if he, like, says that he knows her, or, like, they start bonding over something... How does that work? You know? They're both talking about the same person, but... There's some issues. Some differences here. I'm curious if that's what's gonna happen.
多分私が同じことをしていたから。許せないな、ああいう人。
いいのか、そんなこと言って。
Or she's gonna be someone else that hates Kurisu. I don't freaking know. But like...
科学者たるもの、常に冷静にって。
I assume they were friends. Or at least colleagues, so like maybe friends?
今のは科学者としての発言じゃないわ。だから構わないのよ。
It must have really ticked her off because she grabbed a cocktail from a passing waiter and gulped it down. Her cheeks turned a pretty shade of pink for an instant, but no longer. She might have had a high alcohol tolerance. Mortal enemies! Oh! That would be funny. You know what? Knowing Kurisu, yeah. Rivals would sound right.
ああいう批判は言い方こそ悪いけれど、それでも事実には違いないんだもの。私たちの研究が
I like the thought of rivals over mortal enemies.
確かにその通りよ。
そうなのか。
取り組まなくてはいけない課題が山積みだわ。さっきセミナーで話した以上にね。例えば記憶データを元の脳に書き戻すことができても、
Mortal enemies was a
それを
joke.
脳が利用できなければ何の意味もないの。
You say that, but considering Suzuha, I don't know, man. Part of me just expect people to come in here and hate Kurisu. I mean, I guess Suzuha had a reason, but they were low-key mortal enemies, you know? And Kurisu didn't really fight back. Or, well, she did fight back, but, like, she didn't fight back against it, you know? She kind of went with it, rather. So I'm kind of like, you know, I think if someone doesn't like her, she might just kind of be like, well.
記憶があっても思い出せない状態。
She's complicated.
記憶喪失の脳と同じになってしまう。
As Maho spoke, I remembered. I remembered all the lectures and theories that Kurisu had given me when she was making the time leap machine.
確か人間が記憶にアクセスしようとするときは前頭葉から側頭葉へ信号が行くんだったよな。
Yeah, the dead part. I try not to think about it. Not real in my heart. But, you know. I would assume that's one of the biggest problems with the research is that she's not there. But I guess they're carrying it on, so... They're all super smarty pantses too. Frontal lobe, a part of the cerebrum located at the front of the brain. It controls thought, will, action, movement, creativity, and more. The frontal lobe can be further divided by location into the prefrontal cortex, motor cortex, and premotor cortex. He's gonna have to be careful what he says, though, if he's going off strictly his memories of what she told him.
ええ、トップダウ
And
ン記
not
憶計
what
測信号ね。
he should know from the, almost said interview, but the, you know, the panel they just did. Top-down memory search signals. Nerve signals in the cerebrum that are sent from the frontal lobe to the temporal lobe during memory retrieval.
だったら
If he says too much, it's gonna be a little suspicious. And then I started to talk, remembering what Kurisu had told me about her theories as I went. When I used specialized terminology, whose meanings I barely remembered, Maho would tell me what they were.
で最後に側頭葉に記憶を書き戻す過程で
That's so sad!
一緒にコピーした疑似パルスを前頭葉の方に送り込めば記憶検索信号はちゃんと働くと思う。
But also, is he just allowed to say these things?
あなた、それを自分で導き出したの？
That's what I'm saying.
ああ、いや
Maho looked back at the business card I'd given her.
脳科学専攻じゃないわね。ということは誰かに？それとも論文で？うん、それはないわ。まだ論文にはまとめられてなかったはず。
What do you mean, yet? But see, I saw this a mile away.
何かおかしいこと言ったか俺。
What is your relationship to our wife?
そうじゃなくて、私の後輩がね、全く同じ理論を提唱していたことがあるのよ。どのスタッフもずっと懐疑的だったけど、 彼女だけは絶対に証明できるって言い張っていたわ。結局実証試験に進む前に彼女はいなくなっちゃったんだけど。
それは
Should I tell her? Should I tell her about me and Karisu? In this world line, there's almost no connection. That's what I'm saying, bro! That's literally what I was saying! Like, what? How do you... What do you do? This is like... This is unexplored territory. This is a third party.
どうしたの？
I made up my mind. To what? To what, Okabe? If I wanted to follow my dreams, I needed to act.
実はこの理論クリスからレクチャーされた。
今なんて？
マキセ・クリスが教えてくれたんだよ。
クリスがあなたに？いつ？どうして？
彼女がこっちに留学してた時だ。友達になってこういう話をよくした。
Of course, that was a lie. Kurisu and I became friends in the Alpha World line, not this one. But a small lie like this was probably okay. Depending on how close they are, I don't know, man.
そうだったの。あのクリスが。ありがとう。感謝するわ。
Her words surprised me. That was the one thing I didn't expect to hear.
何が？
彼女と友達になってくれてよ。日本に来てたった一人で。
Oh.
たった一人で勉強していてもきっとつまらなかったと思うから。
口喧嘩ばっかりだったけどな。
あの子らしいわね。絶対に負けを認めなかったでしょう。
ああ、へりくつばっかりこねていた。
I'm just gonna go cry on the floor. I'm so glad it's not enemies! Thank God! Oh, she's like an older sister or something. God bless.
ロボトミー手
We're
術して
so back.
あんたの前頭葉を書き出してやるぞとかよく言われたし。
A method of treating mental illness by performing surgery on the brain. Yippee!
まさかそんなこと。
She would. She might.
クリスなら言いそうね。
Oh my God. The way she said that with that portrait, that's good.
だろ？ちゃんと後輩の教育をしておいてほしかった。
その点に関しては認めるわ。陳謝します。
Just very wholesome. I'm glad. We had a really rocky start. Oh, it's good. Yeah, why do I speak? I knew it would end this way. She smiled, or so I thought, and then all of a sudden she started to cry.
どうした？
What's wrong? She's dead, bro! That's what's wrong! I didn't have any better ideas, so I grabbed my handkerchief. She didn't seem to know why she was crying herself. And neither did I. Had I said something during the conversation that set her off?
大丈夫か？
平気よ。ごめんなさい。
She didn't take my handkerchief. Instead, she took a tissue out of her pocket and wiped her eyes.
You can know 第三のアインシュタイン。
What the hell did he just say to me? I turned around and saw Dr. Leskinen smiling and quickly striding toward me. No, man, back up! I don't like when you're that close, it freaks me out. He grabbed my hand as he got closer. The handshake was incredibly forceful. And his hands were as big as a bear paw's. No, not just his hands. Standing in front of me, he looked even bigger than he had during the lecture. I'm pretty tall, but he was at least a head taller than me.
教授、俺、
Uh-oh. It was all so sudden that I couldn't even think of an introduction. And wait, did he just speak in Japanese?
しかし、私の助手を泣かせてしまったのは見過ごせないね。
いや、これは。
違います教授。私が勝手に。彼は関係ないですから。
Maho and I both denied it as much as we could. But I didn't know why Maho was crying, so I couldn't come up with any excuses. I just started to panic even more.
つまり
No.
クリスです。彼とクリスの話をしていたら、いろいろ感情が溢れてしまって。
Oh my freaking god, bro. Freaking... Hold on, I gotta kill this man. Ban that guy. I love... It's been a while since we got one of those bots. There we go. Oh, freaking... Whew. Okay, sorry about that.
Chris?
Chris? Christina.
の友人？
それは。はい。
岡部倫太郎さん、学生だそうです。
Maho introduced me. I hate that after that lecture, the only thought in my brain, like, I assume she's just crying because, Kurisu passed away. But the only other thought is if she doesn't know why she's crying, that it's because some memory has been taken, via the AI thing that they're creating, and it's, like, not there anymore. And it was, like, important involving Kurisu. But she can't remember, and that's why she's crying. I don't know! He better freaking not. He just, I don't know, man. He's a big guy. He likes getting close. Oh, he's giving us a slow hug. Okay, well. I felt like I was going to suffocate in his massive arms. Somehow, I could tell that this was his way of remembering Kurisu.
そうですか。そういうことなら、まあ。
But I assume it's just because she passed.
はい。
ミスター・オカーベに合わせてあげたらどうかな、彼女も。
まさか、アマデウスを。
Angel, no! We're going to beat Amadeus.
ここで彼に出会った偶然、その幸運を大切にしたいじゃないか。日本にいる間、彼にテスターになってもらってもいいよ。
Interesting.
本気ですか？部外者なのにそんないきなり。
リスの友人ならば部外者ではない。そうだろう？
ですが。
What are they talking about? I had no idea, but this was my chance to build a relationship with Dr. Leskinen. I didn't want to blow it.
俺、ぜひお手伝いしたいです。
ナイス!
He patted me on the shoulders and smiled. It was an innocent smile, like a child's.
じゃあ、詳細は魔法に聞いて。よろしく。
Another scientist was calling him, so he wandered away. Whenever I hear Amadeus, all I hear is Rock Me Amadeus by Falco. That's very valid. Why is she so sad? Maho was shaking her head in disbelief.
アマデウスに合わせるとかテスターとか一体何の話なんだ？
コンベンションでやったデモンストレーション。アマデウスは私の記憶を使っていたんだけれど、アマデウスのデータとしてもう一人分研究者の記憶が保
Oh
存
my
してあるの。
freaking god! Ain't no way! Another researcher's memories. What did that mean? It means what you think it means, brother! When I finally figured it out from Dr. Leskinen and Maho's conversation, my heart started pounding.
まさかあいつなのか？
そう。アマデウスの中にはマキセ・クリスの記憶が保存されているわ。8ヶ月前のクリスだけれどね。
Of course they would be! Man! Several days passed after the ATF party. So distraught, dude. 10 minutes from Ikebukuro via the express train. And then 10 minutes by bus from a station called Wako City in Saitama. I mean, I knew as soon as they said AI, I knew we were gonna get cooler AI, like actual legit AI, as opposed to freaking ChatGPT shit that we have. But like, they get Karisu AI! I wanna go to this world line, man. Can I go here? I'll take my chances with the other bullshit that they have to deal with. I'll, you know, it'll be fine. The office I was looking for was on the second floor of the building right next to Riken. Global Brain Science Comprehensive Research Organization. Japanese office prep room. That was what the plate on the door said. To get in, you needed 3 types of special keys, plus a security card.
ここは？
各国の脳科学研究者が連携をして新しい機構を作る予定なの。私たちの研究所が主導してね。
He led me inside. Oh my god. My phone. Hello? There we go. Ferris! Oh my god, I get to send her an emote. The mysterious Suketos have at last appeared in Akihabara, Nia. What does that mean? You know what? Upa. This is one of the hidden doors of Akihabara that leads to the truth, Nia. If you know not of it, then very well, Nia. It saddens me that we cannot journey together, but if my sacrifice shall put an end to this, then I go through the door with gladness, Nia. What? I'm so glad Ferris is just as weird. What did she mean by this? The office must have been newly rented. Most of the desks were still empty, showing no signs of ever having been used. There wasn't even a whiteboard, which made the room look even more empty. There wasn't a lot of natural light. Maybe the windows were on the north side? The only illumination was from the overhead fluorescent lights. The room felt very cold. Yeah, Ferris is still Ferris, thank goodness. As it should be.
あくまでも準備室だから。
I still really want to see her though. In the opening, her outfit looks super cute. I wish to witness it. No one was sitting at any of the desks, but 2 of them had stuff on them. One of them was a mess, filled with notes, calculators, coffee cups, and supplement bottles. That was the one Maho sat down at. Which meant that the one that was neatly organized must belong to Dr. Leskinen, right?
教授は？
今日はオフ。
Well, it was Sunday. True! I love when we lock in. We're twins. Kind of. Wait, it's the 28th! Yo! We're cooking! Just pretend we're in November.
君も
ええ。そうじゃなかったら昼過ぎまで寝ていられるわけないでしょ。
That's true. When I'd gone to pick her up from her hotel in Wako City, she'd come out of her room half asleep. This was the day I was supposed to meet Amadeus Kirisu. Gotta jump out the window. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester. God, my brain is just having a moment with that. Amadeus Kirisu, that's so weird. Interesting. Maho had gone over the basics of being a tester on the way here. Essentially, Amadeus needed sample data for conversations, and they were going to give me an environment where I could talk. That's so sad! I could talk to it at any time, 24 hours a day. She didn't give me any details beyond that, though. So I'll be able to talk to Amadeus Kirisu 24 hours a day, huh?
あいつはクリスのアマデウスはここにいるのか
ええ。
Maho nodded and gave me a glance.
あいつと呼んだわよね、今。
えああ
私が思っているよりもずっと親しかったのね、あなたたち。
Oh, hell yeah! Dude, that was a long time ago, but I hope you enjoy it. That's awesome, creative. Maybe my silence was an answer in itself. You're loving it so far? Heck yeah! Yep. Steins Gate has been good. It's been an experience, to say the least. But definitely a good one. But no, it's definitely a good time for jumping into Persona. I mean, always has been, but with Reload and then T4 is getting the same treatment. Although I think it might be getting a little bit better treatment, but the Persona hype is high these days. Oh my god, another text so fast. Hello. So not used to this phone. Lukaku, Okabe, may I have a moment of your time? Not today! That's crazy. I'm meeting someone right now. Is it important? Anything from Lukaku is important. Does it not even show the, Actually, yeah, I haven't looked for a while. My original ones... Actually, yeah, I guess all my ones would have been for... Vita. Technically? Because when I streamed it originally, like Creative said, I used, PlayStation TV? Which, let you stream the, Vita version to a TV. Back in the olden days. Yet I won't even lie. I also forgot the PS TV existed until this moment. I remember I think I bought it especially for that stream. I have a hacked Vita that makes it a webcam for PC. Ooh, that's cool. Back when up was up and down was down. The good old days. You're so right. Maybe I'll say I'm meeting someone right now. Because it's Lukaku, so of course everything he says is important. A girl? Well! Huh? Why? No, I just got that feeling somehow. But he's a guy! Oh, I see. That's right. Yes, that's right. Yes. I'm sorry. What was that conversation? Oh my god! She is not going into 3rd grade. No. 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 I disagree. Ain't no way. It's so odd though, before hacking my Vita, X's to exit. Oh, ew. Oh, that's so weird. That's, you know, yeah, I mean, I have seen some games where like that is the layout and I've hated it every time. But yeah, that's weird. Japan, why? That is so crazy creative though. Dude, that's actually that's wild though. I hope she is doing well at least. I'm sure she is, but like that's mind-boggling. What I don't oh, that hurts my brain. I can only imagine what it is for you.
会うのはやめた方がいいかもしれないわよ。
Oh, does she already freaking know that we'll just be hooked talking to her like 24/7?
どうしてだ？
相手が システムの問題点の一つなんだけれど、往々にしてこちら側、つまり人間の方が混乱してしまうのよ。まるで本当のクリスと今この瞬間にチャットでもしているような錯覚に陥るから。
Yeah, I was gonna say. You'll think you're talking to her, but it's not. So don't get reality and fantasy mixed up, I guess.
共有できていない記憶の齟齬に関してこちらの脳がついていけなくなってしまうのね。
But his is gonna be worse, cause we have that, and then we have multiple world lines. This is such a bad plan. Oh, do you not like her model? I'm telling you, dude, she's just a gremlin. Once you embrace that, it's okay. I like that. I like the couple of funny ones they have for her. Memories that aren't shared. Now there's a feeling I knew well. Reading Steiner. It was a power only I possessed, which made my memories different than those of the people around me.
案内してくれ。
Now maybe he does have a little practice with that, but I still feel like this one's gonna be a complicated one. Maho gave me a slight nod.
こっちよ。
Especially since we're in the Depression era. So I feel like if he really freaking... Well, actually, you know what? To be fair, even if she is an AI, she's gonna still be Kurisu, so if he freaking... has a breakdown, she'll be able to... I was gonna say, he'd probably just, like, end up talking to her constantly, but she'd probably be able to say something that would, smack him back to reality. Because it's Kurisu, technically. Kind of. He led me to the back of the room. There was a booth, separated by a thick partition. To get inside the booth, you needed a different card key than the one you used to get into the room, as well as a security code.
随分厳重なんだな。
今の時代、産業スパイが一番恐ろしいの。
He entered the security code and unlocked the door.
どうぞ。
The room was about 2.5 meters per side. At one end was a white desk, and above it a PC with a built-in 30-inch screen monitor.
少しだけ後ろに座っていて。
So weird. There was a small sofa that let you sit behind the user and see what was happening on the screen. I sat there. Maho powered on the PC and began to type. A second later, the words Amadeus System appeared on screen. I like the logo. Kinda sick. I saw her put the ID in. Salieri? Antonio Salieri, 1750 to 1825. An Italian composer who lived in the same time as Mozart. He was court composer at Vienna for many years and trained such composers as Beethoven, Schubert, and Liszt. God, I really should be. I mean, I've been saving, or well, you know, I saved when the chapter started. I got so used to saving whenever I saw that icon, because I started saving every time where it was like giving me an option on if I was gonna leap or send a D-mail. But we don't have that anymore. Well, I haven't been thinking about it. Oh. What? Actually, yeah, now that you mention it. Well, it did something, and I was like, I should save, because it threw up a logo. But yeah, you're probably right. This probably is the prologue. I probably saved for the prologue. Should I save, like, at phone calls, or should I just wait until we get the icon again? I assume there's gonna be an icon at some point. Amadeus is Latin for beloved of God, and the middle name of the Austrian composer Mozart. There's also a play and a movie about Mozart of the same name. When did I save? It just says that. Of course, it doesn't actually show me what chapter that is because it hates me. Probably before major phone calls. Okay, yeah. That'll do. We haven't gotten a phone call yet. I can't wait for it to scare me. Was there some meaning to that? Come to think of it, in the famous movie Amadeus, there was a character who was spiteful and jealous of Mozart's incredible talents. Those are- wait! No, those were texts. Oh. I got scared though. For a sec. It's like, wait a minute. But okay, so I should, yeah, okay, so I should save for like, major texts and phone calls. Like Nier Automata that requires you to get specific endings to get other endings. Okay, that makes some sense. God, what a game. I love Nier. Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart. Yeah, I was gonna say, Bro said that, and I'm like, I don't know if I've seen it? So I don't know. An Austrian or maybe I did, but I'm not sure. An Austrian composer along with Haydn and Beethoven, he's one of the most famous classical composers. He began to write songs at the age of 5 and left us over 600 masterpieces. In the modern era, he's often referred to as a genius, and there are many stories about him. I know we did watch stuff in music class. But God, it was so freaking long ago, I don't remember for the life of me. That character's name was... You know what, I'm going with Salieri, because I don't... What are words? What are names? But yeah, I'll probably... For saving, I'll just focus on the chapters. Definitely phone calls, and if I get texts and it looks like suspicious... If it seems important, I'll try and remember to... I'll save. If it looks sus or something. Maho moved her body to hide her hands. I looked away. She finished logging into the system and a simple bear command prompt appeared on screen. No. I'm not.
頼む
I'm glad he is, because I'm not. Maho entered several commands at the prompt. I have that exact webcam. That's really upsetting. I don't know where it is anymore. I think it's in my closet, but I know I have it. It's... That's so funny. Holy shit.
まあ俺が見たところでさっぱりだけどな
Same, it's right above my monitor right now. I'm also looking right above everybody right now is just like... it's a little too real right now. We're all being called out at the same time. I don't think you need to worry that much. Just get an ending and then start thinking about saving. Okie doke. Marlon, that would have been crazy. She turned off the monitor. Then she spun around to face me. I suddenly realized I was clenching my fists. How long had I been doing that? My hands were sweaty, and there was a red spot at the base of my thumb where my nails had dug in. Was I more nervous than I realized?
どうしたの?
いや今になってちょっとおじけづいてきた
A little scared?
まだ
You
間
should
に合うわ
be.
よ。 今すぐここから出ていけばいいわ。
Yeah, we don't need to talk to your dead wife. She's probably gonna help him freaking come to terms and like then come up with the technology that leads them into the future where he goes back to save her. Like this is gonna be insane.
そう
I'm gonna lose it.
あなたのこと心配してあげてるのに。
I'm worried about me.
もう少し
It's okay, I have therapy on Thursday. Or no, on Tuesday.
クリスといい君といい実験大好きっ子は
Freaking lab girls, dude. For a second, the old joking me was about to come back. I quickly changed the subject.
実験ばかりに明け暮れているやつは可愛げがない
Am I still wearing all black? I'm just gonna assume. I just assume I'm gonna always be in all black because I'm in the emo timeline. The game released 11 years ago. Might be time to get a more recent webcam, just saying. I'll be so for real, they're probably still selling that same model. I kinda agree with Andrew. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. You bought it in 2020, so yeah, I figured. I mean, I know bigger streamers. If you're I think they accidentally made the goat of casual use webcam. Yeah. If you're streaming, you're either using that webcam or you're using like an actual camera. I think that's straight up it. Like it's either you use that webcam or you make the jump to like a legit camera, like what the professionals use. It's crazy.
侮辱罪で訴えてあげてもいいわ。
It's very funny though. Logitech really cooked with that.
やめてくれ恐ろしい
いい弁護士を知っているから紹介してあげましょうか。
その前に告訴を取り下げてくれ
示談に持ち込もうというのならそれ相応の金額は覚悟することね。
後で毒ペンを怒るから
Yo, Dr. P. I'm gonna be for real. Does anyone other than these games call it that? Like I am not a Dr. Pepper enjoyer. But I've never heard it called Dr. P until I played these. I don't think so. That's fair.
安い。
I heard a small sound from the back of her throat. I guess she was laughing. Normally I'd find that irritating, but strangely, coming from the girl in front of me, no. She was a grown woman. Actually, I didn't. Maho Hyajo was very strong-willed, with the prickliness and short temper unique to scientists. She always seemed to be a little upset about something. I've called the Walmart one Dr. Thunder because it has such a funny name. Oh my god. Walmart Dr. Pepper? Dr. Thunder. That low-key goes hard, I can't lie. But maybe she wasn't that bad. Oh, I see. She... Maho. She's a lot like Karisu. You think? He really does take 10 years to figure things out. My god. When I first met Karisu, she was like that. Arrogant, rude, never willing to change her mind, stubborn, hard-headed, and always ready to confront you with raised eyebrows whenever you said something she didn't like. I truly thought I'd never seen a more unlikable woman. But despite my first impression, on the inside she turned out to be fragile, easily hurt, and so kind, and so lovable.
何がおかしいんです
Greasy does have the same VA? Okay, cool. It must just be she's in a computer. Thank God. I was gonna be like, you can't replace her. That's gotta be like against the law. We did it.
さあ岡部さん、リラックスしてください。
Oh! Therapy! Me on Tuesday.
あなたは私の声を架け橋として過去へと降りていきます。どんどん降りていって、やがて柔らかい色をした光が見えてきます。
This would put me to sleep. I need to hold on. What the frick did I just say? Me. I'ma save it the chapters. Also me. Gets distracted immediately. I was dreaming. Daydreaming. I was aware that I was lying on a big sofa, undergoing counseling. I tried my best to stay calm and imagine what the psychologist was telling me. Oh, is Darus this? What was bro doing? Bro sounds insane. That's... Huh. I don't know how I feel about that. He sounds so... I mean, I know we haven't seen him since the very beginning. But... Well... I mean, I guess technically... He was freaking out when we saw him. So, like, maybe it'll be better? But, like, so far, I'm like, what is going on with you, brother? We'll see, I guess.
その光は何色に見えますか?
Now I'm curious.
赤
For when we see him again.
赤ですか。なるほど。その光の中にあなたの大切な人が立っています。その人はあなたの家族でしょうか。
いや
では友人、それとも恋人？
恋人いや恋人じゃない。友人ですらない。
ではどういう？ 今タオルを持ってきますから。
The psychologist left the room. I realized I was soaked in sweat. The air conditioner was working, so I could tell it wasn't from the heat. It was the first time I tried hypnotherapy at a mental health clinic. A method of therapy where the patient is placed in a hypnotic state and the therapist acts directly on their subconscious mind to remove the psychological traumas that lead to mental illness. In Japan, there is no government certification system for hypnotherapy, but therapeutic associations do offer their own certificate. I'm losing it, chat. I'm dead. My brain. Ugh. Certified hypnotherapists are sometimes called hypnosis technicians. I'm losing it, guys. My body felt strangely heavy. Today's just not been my day for reading, let me tell you. When I got outside, it was night. It was almost December, and the wind was cold. She's so cute! Oh my god! Look at her little scarf! Adorable. She's all bundled up like the freaking, oh god, laid back camp. Like the little, the camping girls. They all have their big scarves. Adorable. Yeah, and a new haircut. And a new hat! Mayuri Shina asked me, gently. Mayuri was a high school student and my childhood friend. She'd come with me to counseling today. Oh, her model's adorable. She's so updated. I told her I didn't need her to, but she'd left school early to come. All I ever did was make her worry. Around 3 months ago, my one obsession had been saving her. To me, she had always been someone I had to protect. And now, she was worried about me. Hello? Who dares? God, they can't just put that there. Suzuha, you can't just... You can't... Excuse me. Also, let me just move my big fat head, and you can see that there is a Mayuri emote. But like, how can you... I mean, Suzuha is here because we didn't go back the second time. So I guess she just didn't go anywhere. Or hasn't yet, I guess. But how can you give me... I feel like I should say okay, but how can you give me a Kurisu emote? That seems so mean. I want to click it, but I don't want to say no. Her time machine is still here. I guess she be chillin'. I don't know. Actually, yeah, what is she doing here? I mean... How does that work? How does that work? 'Cause she's... I'm confusing myself. This is the ocarine that she knew. So that's how she got Like, that's how she knew that she had to let him fail first. So what is... I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna think about it until the game tells me. Cause yeah, I don't know. God, I want to click that one so bad, but I'm gonna just say okay. Cause I want to hear what she has to say. Listen, what do you think I should do about Mom and Dad? What do you mean? I just can't see them getting together like this. Well, you're right. Uncle Ocarine, is there anything you can do? You know, there's nothing I can do to help with that. You're right, yeah. It kind of hurts that you just gave up that easily. Doesn't seem to be your kind of thing, Uncle. So she's just here to, like, keep an eye on her parents? Won't let me click the Amadeus one yet. That makes sense. I knew it would be in my phone, though. It's gotta be some, like, prototype shit for the one that they use in robotics notes. It was only because of Mayuri's recommendation that I tried counseling. Yo, Mayuri the goat! Based. So based.
大したことないってさ。
I told her a small lie to make her feel better. Actually, they told me I had suffered serious trauma. They'd stopped the hypnotherapy and given me a course of counseling and drugs. Now they wanted to wait to see the results. Basically, they decided there was nothing to do but treat my symptoms and wait for it to heal naturally. I couldn't tell if what Maho had shown me yesterday was having an effect. I underwent treatment without telling the psychologist about the time machine, or the world lines, or most of the things that had happened. But maybe there was no way for them to make a proper diagnosis. In any event, I decided to think, or not to think too much about the results.
なあ、マユリ。夕飯、これからだろ。何か食べに行くか。
I thought I saw the thing flashing.
それなら秋葉原に行ってもいいかな。ルカ君とフェリスちゃんがね、久々にオカリンに会いたいって。
Oh my god, we get to see friends! Akihabara, huh? The clinic was in walking distance of my house. Akihabara was much farther away. But even so, I couldn't turn down Mayuri's request. Until the events of this summer, I'd gone there almost every day. In fact, I'd practically lived there. Lately, I only went 3 times a week, at the absolute most. And then only to go shopping on the way home from school. We went out into the plaza in front of the station. Just like in Ikebukuro, even though it was only a month until Christmas, there were barely any decorations. I was sure the whole place would be covered in them the minute it was December 1st. I can't believe I should have waited and played this at Christmas. I didn't know. Oh well. Eventually, I was sure to see maids in Santa outfits. I suppose technically we'll make it back to July.
秋葉原でチラシを配るサンタ服を着たメイドか。
Akihabara could be really weird.
ああ、フェリスちゃんとルカ君だ。てってるー。
Our first real toot-through! Let's go! Oh my freaking god. Jesus Christ, no. Which button are you? There. It has a tail! Oh my god. Incredible. That's so much. Perfect. Good for her.
岡部さん、まゆりちゃん。
Them together? is so funny. Holy shit. Like, I love Ferris. I mean, I love all of them, but like, Ferris looks insane. It's so good. Ferris and Luca must have been waiting. They ran over as soon as they saw us. Ferris Nan Nan jumped at me without the slightest hesitation. Yeah, I was gonna say, considering what everyone else is wearing, I feel like Luca needs a jacket. She was a maid and Ferris wasn't her real name. I knew her real name, but if I didn't call her Ferris at all times, even when she wasn't working, she'd get mad at me. She was wearing the same outfit she always wore. Her work clothes from her job at the maid cafe, May Queen Nan. Was May Queen going to switch to Santa outfit soon?
やめろよ。みんな見てるだろ。
Then again, we don't actually know what Okabe's wearing, I guess. I assume he's just wearing his dark black outfit. Which doesn't seem very wintry, you know? Like, I feel like he could probably throw a jacket on over it. I tried to pull Ferris off me, but it wasn't working. Like, considering how bundled up Mayuri is. Maybe I should just steal the cat ears off her head.
いいじゃないかにゃ。京馬とフェイリスの中だにゃ。
よくない。あと、京馬っていうのもやめてくれって。
Oh.
なんで？
あの名前は黒歴史だからだ。
Net slang, an embarrassing part of your history that you'd rather not talk about and that you wish was forgotten. Its origin can be found in a certain famous giant robot anime. Man, kinda sad.
うにゃー。
Then again, this is the emo timeline. What am I saying? Ferris looked upset, but I decided to ignore her. Hyoma Hoyin was part of my past I'd sealed away. Hoyin. What am I doing, dude? Seriously. I decided to pretend he never existed. He'll come back when he's needed! He had meddled with the forbidden invention called the Time Machine, and as a result, the systems that ruled the world had punished him. He dashed the hopes of many, lost the life of someone he cared for, and his heart had suffered grievous wounds. He must never be awakened again. I didn't need him anymore.
じゃあ、なんて呼べばいいのかにゃ。
そりゃあ、岡部とか。
やっぱり、オカリンって呼ぶのが可愛くていいんじゃないかな。ねえ、フェリスちゃん。
By the way, Ferris was what Mayuri called Ferris. She claimed it was easier to pronounce, or something like that.
マユシーが言うならこれからそう呼ぶにゃ。なんだか違和感あるけど。
She looked unsatisfied, but she backed away.
ルカ子も久しぶりだな。
I like Lukaku's hair. A little longer. Yeah.
はい。
Definitely needs a coat. Lukaku smiled happily. He always looks as beautiful as a pretty girl. But he's a guy. He was a classmate of Mayuri's and could often be seen helping at the Yanabayashi shrine where his family lived. I probably shouldn't call him Lukaku. Just like I told Ferris not to call me Kyoma. He had his own name. Luka Urushibara. But calling Lukaku Luka after all this time, that would be really embarrassing.
なんだかとても懐かしいような気がします。僕、時々ラボに顔を出すんですけど、岡部さん、最近あんまり来ていませんよね。
man. I just realized. A shrine in Akihabara. Cross Matsubashi Bridge and then go down the side street. Then go under the bridge there and you'll see it along the river. Home to many stray cats, as well as Luca Urushibara.
大学のゼミが忙しいんだ。ATF の準備もあったしな。
Even after that was done, I'd been busy with Maho and Dr. Leskinen, and then Amadeus. I hadn't had a chance to rest. Oh, interesting. Close, but a little different. But I avoided mentioning that to them.
あと、サークル活動もしてるしな。
サークルに入ったんですか？何のサークルかにゃ？やっぱり UFO とかユーマとか。
Oh my god. Unidentified flying object, usually used to refer to spacecraft piloted by aliens. This term actually describes any kind of flying object whose nature is unknown. Versus an UMA. Horse girl. No, unidentified mysterious animal. A creature whose existence has not been confirmed by science. Examples include the Loch Ness Monster, the Yeti, or the Japanese Kappa in Tsuchinoko. The word Uma itself was invented by the Japanese, and no one outside of Japan will recognize it. Interesting. Who do you guys think I am? I guess I hadn't told them then. Mayuri, I'm pretty sure I told her. As the two of them looked at me with wide eyes, I cracked a knowing smile and puffed out my
テニス
chest.
サークルだ。
He joined the tennis club? You know, this links back to earlier when we were talking about depression and how when you're depressed, that's when you decide to get like, you go back to school or you like go for your PhD or something. There's also the depression where you join a run club. You know? Is that what I'm experiencing? Is he okay? You know, like if you ever hear that someone is taking up running, you ask them, are they okay? And just know that they're not. just know. The people around us all turned to stare at Ferris and Luca.
なんでテニスサークルなのかにゃ？
No. I don't run. I just walk. But no. Thank you for asking. I'm not okay. Damn. I finished Blue Lock way faster than what I thought I would, because I thought I had 2 seasons to watch. So I finished it early today, and I had like 30 minutes of I don't know what to watch, so I put on a podcast, which just did not hit the same. But if Okabe's in the tennis club, does this mean I have to like... Is it Prince of Tennis time? Like, I'm really in my sports anime arc. I don't know. Haikyuu did something to my brain chemistry. I'm back in it.
今までテニスなんてやってましたっけ？
初心者に決まっているだろう。
I may not look it, but I'm terrible. What do you mean you may not look it? We know! You look like you're terrible at sports. I'm confident I lose to Mayuri at distance running. You have.
じゃあにゃんで？
話せば長くなるんだが、大学のゼミの准教授がテニスサークルの顧問なんだ。それで勧誘された。
Oh. Interesting.
一つも長くないにゃ。
まあ聞けって。相手は一応世話になってる人だし、サークルに顔を出してみたんだ。
ふーん。
Can't believe he joined the tennis club. That's crazy.
そうしたらなんと俺にはテニスの才能があるらしくてな。初心者に
Wait, really?
会員相手に連戦連勝だったんだ。
I want to see him play tennis.
どうだ、大したもんだろ。
This right now, I don't believe it.
はあ
With what I know about Okabe, I can't see him winning.
岡部さんってやっぱりすごいです。
At least Luca believes.
こんなことならプロテニスプレイヤーを目指しておけばよかったかな。
Okay, Kiyoma. All right. I see you.
させウィンブルドンだね。
どうしたフェイリス、頭でも痛いのか。
どこからどう突っ込めばいいのやら。どう考えてもサークルの会員数を増やすための罠じゃないかにゃ。
いや、はっきり言うなよ。俺もうすうすそうじゃないかと思ってたけど、考えないようにしてるんだから。でもみんないい人ばっかりなんだぞ。
じゃあサークルの練習が忙しいんですね。
So weird, dude.
いや、練習はあんまりしてないか
Okay, that sounds more correct.
はい。
I still want to see him play tennis, though.
じゃあ一体何してるにゃ。
I want to see Okabe's tennis arc.
な。合コンとか。
Man. Man! What do you... Shouts filled the whole street, and once again people turned around to stare.
そんなに驚くことないだろう。俺だって
Yeah, it
大
is!
学生なんだから。
そうですよね。
Brother, if you were a normal college kid, you would meet someone at college.
でも
I think. I don't freaking know, dude. That ain't me. Luca was fidgeting like he wanted to say something.
フェイリスというものがありながら他の女の子たちと楽しく合コン許せないにゃ。
勘違いするなよ。俺は女の子なんか別に。
In fact, I went along with the rest of the club, but there wasn't any place for a wannabe normal like myself. People who live satisfying and fulfilled normal lives. Examples are people with lots of friends, or people with girlfriends, or people who spend a lot of time at their school clubs, or who go to parties, or who aren't interested in anime, or who go outside Japan during summer break. Okay, so he only went because of the club. I was gonna say, I'm like, I can't picture him at all trying on his own. There's no way I could keep up with the conversations that the, well, normal normies had while the other men and women were having fun. I would just kind of sit there. Not to mention, like, bro's freaking in love with Kurisu and depressed. So, that seems even tougher since it's only been, like, 6 months. A matchmaking party was a challenge far beyond my capabilities. I wasn't going to tell Ferris and Luca that, though.
いいなあ。マユシーもオカリンと合コンしたいのです。
God. Mayuri is just truly the best friend ever, bro. I said it before. I'll say it again. I'll probably say it next stream. We don't deserve her, dude. She's too good for this world. She's so pure. I would die for her. Mayuri wanted to do what? Is she old enough to be interested in that sort of thing?
だってみんなで楽しくパーティーするんでしょ。
Evidently not.
間違ってはいないけど、なんだか微妙にニュアンスが違う気がするにゃ。場所は
She still supports her friend, though.
ルカ君とフェリスちゃんはもちろん参加ね。あとダル君やナエちゃんやスズさんも。
I think, Luca's hairpin is different. Like, it's the same skull, but I don't remember it being red. But I like it. I think it's... I assume it's red now to match the sweater. It's very cute. Mayuri turned to me with a guilty look. Suzu, huh? Okay! What's this music for? What are you doing? And you know what? That's between her and God. Molly's fighting her pillow. Yes. I was like, what the hell's making that noise? Really beating that thing. Alright. Suzuha Amane, also known as John Titor, a time traveler from the year 2036. A true warrior who was still fighting even as I was trying my best to give up. Okay, so she is doing stuff. I'd barely seen her since summer. I was avoiding her. I'm sorry, she's really distracting me. Part of the reason I'd stopped going to the lab was that she spent all of her time there now. Oh! Until a month or so ago, just hearing Suzuha's name was enough to cause flashbacks, and it was all I could do to endure them. A symptom of post-traumatic stress disorder. After 3 months, I could finally stand to hear her name. But I didn't... So she's just texting me? Just texting him like it's chill? Okay. But I didn't think I could keep it together if I met her in person. Of course it wasn't her fault, and I wasn't blaming her. So I didn't want her to blame me. She'd never come out and said it, but when she looked at me with that razor-sharp glint in her eyes, I felt something like guilt.
ん？
マユシーね、ダル君と一緒に考えてる
Are you comfy now? That was quite the thing you did there. I haven't seen you beat that thing up like that in I don't even know when. That was crazy.
オペレーション
Sounded like something the old me would have done.
っていうと、どんな作戦かにゃ？ね、すずさんを笑顔にしよう大作戦。
Sometimes you just gotta beat up your pillow until it's comfy. You can lay down again. But she was going nuts. My weird little dog. Why was Mayuri talking about this out of the blue? No, maybe it wasn't out of the blue. He might have been thinking about it for a long time. So I decided to respond as cheerfully as I could.
聞かせてくれよ、まゆり。
マユシーは思うんだ。すずさんって普段は怖いけど、本当はすっごく優しい人なんじゃないかなって。ラボにいる時にね、マユシーがソファーでうとうとしちゃうと、いつの間にかタオルケットがかかってたりするの。すずさんに聞いても、そんなの知らないとしか言わないんだけど。あ、僕もそういうことありました。以前お父さんに買い物を頼まれて、その帰りに荷物が重くて困っていたんです。そうしたら天音さんが通りかかって、何も言わずに持ってくださったんですよ。
Aww.
へえ、初耳だな。
こんなこと当たり前だから誰にも言うなって。あ、言っちゃいましたけど。
そっか。
In In the Alpha World line, she was a cheerful girl who smiled at everyone and who loved to go mountain biking. Isn't this the freaking... Why are we seeing this one, though? Yeah, like, why this photo? This is from her route. This one isn't supposed to be real, bro. Ah. Here. But in this world line, she wasn't the type who smiled a lot. This was partially due to the way she'd grown up. I'd heard about it third hand from Daru, but because of the universal conscription program that started after World War III broke out, she'd been forced to undergo military training ever since she was in middle school. And after that, she joined up with the anti-government forces and gotten caught in a terrible struggle. After that, he'd said she'd never really smiled. Week, did you just... After all that, you're gonna bully her out of that? No, I don't think so.
なるほどな。
で、具体的には何をするのかにゃ？クリスマスパーティーだよ。
Oh, Christmas party sounds cute.
クリスマスパーティー？
Hell yeah! We all spoke in unison.
もうすぐクリスマスでしょ。すずさんね、そういうパーティーをやったことがないんだって。だからマユシーはすずさんにそれをプレゼントしようと思ってるんだ。
Varys and Luca nodded at almost the exact same time.
その話乗ったにゃ。僕も。ありがとう。オカリンも参加してくれる？
そうだな。
ダメかな。
俺はともかく鈴葉が嫌がるんじゃないか。
I was never going back to the past. I still couldn't forget the look on Suzuha's face when I told her that. It was an expression filled with anger and despair. Now that I'm thinking about it, I'm assuming now, is it gonna be something like... Because she does have, like, a specific amount. Like, she had... Would she have enough to go meet him in the future, but then go back again? Because I would assume it's something like that. Because that would be the only way for her to be the same age while getting... Right? Is that how that works? But I don't know if she has the fuel for that. Or did she have that thing because of growing up around him in the future? Ah, shit. Suzu has confused me. We should have pointed this out! I'm over... my brain! Oh, dear. It was an expression filled with anger and despair. She must have felt like her last, most desperate hope was crumbling away right in front of her eyes. Because I know that she just straight up poofs when everything works. So that's how that works, but I don't... Like, how does it work that she's here, but then she's still gonna be born and be the same person? Brain soupy. Ooh. I'm not smart enough for this right now. Or in general, I think. Surely the game will explain it to me. The words she'd said to me were still sharp thorns lodged in my heart.
鈴葉は俺を嫌ってるし。
マユシーはそうは思わないよ。
You know, I'm finding it very strange now that she sends that text message. Why did they do that? Like, it just seems a little strange. Like, the text message doesn't coincide with our conversation.
すずさんはね、オカリンを怒っちゃったこと後悔してるんじゃないかな。その気持ちを素直に言えないんだと思うのです。
そうだろうか。
きっとそうだよ。
I couldn't turn her down after Mayuri said that.
わかった。少し考えてみるよ。
ところで、岡部さん、
There was a bit of hesitation in Luca's voice.
診察はどうでしたか？
Evidently, Luca had heard about my counseling from Mayuri. Maybe he'd wanted to see me because he was worried about how it went. I guess I'm making Lukaku and Ferris worried too. In this world line, they hadn't joined the lab, but even so, they were still dear friends. The lab members. This term referred to official members of the Future Gadget Laboratory, and anyone who's been given this designation has free access to the lab. Lab members are given numbers in the order that they joined.
催眠療法というのは初体験だったが、なかなか興味深かったな。俺は今まで催眠術なんかにはかからないと思ってたよ。驚いた。
かかっちゃったんですか？
見事にな。
そういうルカニャンも催眠術とかすぐにかかりそうだにゃ。そんな。
確かに速攻でやられるだろうな。
Luca would believe anything you told him. Anyway, there was no point in standing around forever. I was getting hungry, and it was time to find some place to eat.
なあ、お前たち何が食べたい？おごるぞ。
We decided to head towards Yodobashi. There were a lot of restaurants there, so it was perfect.
やったにゃ。超なじゃなくてオカリン太っ腹にゃ。ありがとうございます。何食べようかな。唐揚げかな。ジューシー唐揚げ？マユシーはそればっかりにゃ。
I walked behind the three of them, and I thought to myself, what would it be like if Karisu were here? I tried my hardest for the past few months not to think about her, but was it because of my experience yesterday that I did it anyway? The expressions and little mannerisms I'd seen yesterday. The voice, the way she'd walk, the way she'd walked. I remembered. I remembered my conversation with her.
岡部倫太郎さん、はじめまして、牧瀬クリスです。どうぞよろしく。
I couldn't respond at all. Something felt slightly off about the way Kurisu moved on the screen. But it was really slight. I'd get used to it soon.
は脳科学ではないわ。だけど私たちの研究にとても興味があるんですって。
Her portrait looks weird. Which I guess is because she's AI. But like,
そうなんですか。
there's something just off about it.
レスキネン教授も気に入ってるみたいだし、いずれは私の助手にでもしてやろうかと思っているところよ。
It looks a bit, it looks more normal there. It's just like in the close-ups. My head snapped up in surprise at Maho's bizarre statement. Me? Maho's assistant? Then I'd go to Victor Condria High School? I mean, university? Oh my god.
ハロー、
I'm
お気
fine.
に召さない？
お気に召すとか召さないとかそういう問題じゃなくて。
ま、冗談だけれどね。
冗談？
もしかして本気にした？
Bro's gonna have a heart attack.
信
I
じ
know,
ちゃい
Squeak.
ない。
I know. There. I wasn't going to tell her that I almost did.
そう。でも、もっともっと勉強してくれれば、あながち冗談じゃなくなるかもしれないわよ。
仮にそうだとしても、レスキネン教授の助手がいい。
This was my way of getting back at her.
教授の助手って思っている以上に大変よ。あの方は本当に子供だから。
As she spoke, she quietly came over to me, next to me, and tapped me on the arm a few times. I see, so that was it. She was making a joke to try and calm me down.
悪かった。ありがとう。
何のことかしら？
I didn't think subtlety was her thing. Maybe I was wrong.
先輩、ちょっと。
Kurisu beckoned to Maho from within the screen in a very human manner.
何？
もうちょっとこっち。スピーカーに寄ってください。
Maho moved her ear close to the speaker. I was just thinking about how weird it was when...
Huh?
And Maho suddenly turned bright red and shouted at the screen.
そんなわけないでしょ。何を言ってるのあなた。
そんなに照れなくても。
照れてるわけじゃないわ。とにかくおかしなことを言うのはやめて。
そうですか？
そうです。
一体何の話を？
It was obvious that Kurisu had whispered something to Maho. What did she say? Maho glanced at me. And for some reason, she blushed and turned away. Ah, I see. From the way Maho was acting, and what I knew about Kurisu, there was only one possibility.
このスイーツかっこ笑い目。
Used to refer to girls who are easily influenced by trends or who think in ways that men find impossible to understand. However, it is said that the only people who use it often are boys who have very little experience with women. I whispered a name I'd often teased Kurisu with and suddenly felt a lot better. She must have said something stupid like, "You two make a good couple," or "You finally found a man, huh?" The way she looked at a boy and a girl holding a friendly conversation and immediately assumed they were dating was just like the Kurisu I knew. Sheesh, what a system. It didn't need to be that true to her personality, did it? I chuckled. Do you think this Kurisu also browses at channel when Maho and the professor aren't looking too? Yes, absolutely. Nah, knowing her, she's probably common. Yeah, actually, yeah, no, exactly. I remember Kurisu once browsed at channel on the Future Gadget Laboratory's computer when she knew nobody else was around.
ちょっと入ってくるときはノックぐらいしてよ。
クリスティーナ、お前はやるべきことをサボって何を見ていた？
I think that's like part of the reason why her voice felt different. Is because I'm so used to it being like a bit higher. And it was kind of like that for a second, like when she did ask for Maho to like, you know, talk to her by herself there for a minute, like where they were whispering. It felt more like the voice we're used to, but the other, like, other than that, it's been like a bit more like in a lower register or something, which is, it just feels a little weird. Maybe that's just because it's AI. I don't know. Also, what is this music, bro?
おいそのあーこれはひどいはいはいワロスワロスみたいな笑い方はなんだ
Freaking rolling on the floor laughing. Incredible.
その呼び方はやめて
俺はすでに気づいていた。そう、とっくに気づいていたのだ。お前か。アットチャンネラーとしての匂いのようなものがプンプンと醸し出されていた。
失礼だなちゃんと毎日香りがきつくない香水つけてるぞ
そういう意味ではない。俺が言っているのは魂レベルの話だ。だが隠そうとするとはいじらしいね。アットチャンネラークリス。
その名で呼ぶな
I love them. Your soul's power level, huh? My silly remarks seem to have a much deeper meaning now. Was the girl in front of me one day going to, as Dr. Leskinen had said, become a real artificial soul? When that happens, what are we supposed to call a soul that still existed in this world after the body was gone? Not dead or alive, but something in between. This wasn't science anymore. It was philosophy. Or maybe religion.
バカな話はここまでにしましょう岡部さんだってこんな中身のないことを聞きたくて来たわけではないわ
そうやってごまかすところがますます怪しいですね
ウイルスをぶち込むわよ
嘘ですもう言いません
Yeah, see, like when she's a bit more quick like that, it sounds more like the OG one, like the way she was in the OG. Kurisu quickly bowed her head. I bet back when Kurisu was still alive, she had conversations like this with Maho every day. I'm sure Dr. Leskinen had a lot of fun watching them. It was actually kind of cute.
お騒がせしてごめんなさい岡部さん彼女と何か話してみる
Maho offered me the seat in front of the PC. Kurisu's face was on the monitor right in front of me. When our eyes met, she smiled a little. I didn't know she reacted like this to people when she first met them. But my meeting with Kurisu was about as badly as it possibly could have. I realized that her prickly attitude towards me could have been unusual for her. Oh, that's funny.
どんなことでも聞いてください可能な範囲でお答えしますから
そうだな。
This wasn't good. I was remembering every moment I'd ever spent with Kurisu. I couldn't think of what to say. And then the words that came out of my mouth were...
タイムマシンは作れるだろうか。
That's a choice! That was what I'd once argued with Kurisu on another world line. In the end, I'd lost the argument completely.
はい
え
タイムマシーンですか
何の話を始めるのかと思ったらいきなり何
ただのテストだよ。思考実験ができるかどうかっていう。
Nice save.
どうクリス
そうですね結論から言ってしまうとタイムマシーンは可能ではないけれど不可能とまでは言い切れない といったところでしょうか。
That wasn't what she said.
最初に結論を言ってしまうと、タイムマシーンなんていうのはバカらしい代物だということです。
Yeah. That's what Kurisu had said in the Alpha World line. I remember that well.
俺はタイムマシンなんてバカらしい代物だと思うけどな。
That's cute. I remembered our old debate and decided to repeat what Kurisu had said then.
そう決めつけるのは早計ですよ。
そうかな。確かに世界中の科学者がタイムトラベル理論を提唱している。主な理論だけで11あるが、どれも仮説の域を出ない。しかも理論同士が矛盾し否定し合っているものまである。
ええ。
例えば宇宙紐理論やワームホール理論。これらは思考実験としてはタイムトラベルを可能にするが、そもそも宇宙紐だのエキゾチック物質だの、どこからどう探してくればいいのか見当もつかない。つまり現実的ではない。
This was also something that Kurisu had told me in the Alpha World line. But the Kurisu on the screen was unmoved. Interesting.
それは科学者がまだ重大な何かを発見できていないからでしょうね。
それじゃあ君はタイムマシンをいつか作れると思っているのか。
不可能とまでは言い切れない。そう言いましたよ。
Yeah, her opinion was slightly different. Was this because I was in the Beta World line, or perhaps...
なあ、ヒアジョーさん。彼女は自分がオリジナルの記憶から派生した存在だということは認識しているんだよな。
もちろん。
じゃあ、うまい例が思いつかないんだが、一卵性ソーセージみたいなことはあるのか？生まれた時は見分けがつかない。だが、育つにつれて差異が出てくるとか、そういうこと。
Interesting.
それについてはまだ検証中だけれど、蓄積されていく記憶が異なれば、当然元の人間とは違うものになっていくと思うわ。私と教授はそう考えている。
そっか。
It was then that I heard the door on the other side of the partition slam shut.
教授かしら。
あの大きな足音はそうじゃないでしょうか。
I could definitely hear somebody stomping around outside. And then after a heavy knock, the door to the booth flung open.
Rintaro!
What? Lintalo! The professor opened his arms wide. Oh! As he came inside, he grabbed my hand and began to wave it around. Oh my god. His L's and his R's. I hadn't realized he was this friendly. He seemed to think he was giving me a handshake, but it felt like I was being worked over by a pro wrestler.
Hey boy, what's up?
I kinda love him.
I'm fine, thank you. And you?
Oh my god.
岡部さん、ひどい英語ですね。
Yep.
黙れ、クリスティーナ。
クリスティーナ？
Truly an American. Oh no, I was so focused on the professor that I used my old nickname for her.
なんでもない。気にしないでくれ。
気になります。なんで私がクリスティーナなんですか？
だからなんでもないというのに。
なんでもない割には動揺してますよね。
しつこいぞ、クリスティン。クリス。
Kurisu and Maho both seemed lost in thought.
クリスティーナって呼んでいたのね。
君もそこに食いつく。
I didn't want any more questions about this. Since the professor was here, I decided to ask more about how Amadeus's memories worked.
教授、アマデウスの記憶を外部から改ざんすることは可能なんですか？
But the professor wasn't listening to my question. He seemed to be frantically searching his pockets for something. Come to think of it, I didn't see that translator device on his... Oh, he has a translator device. Interesting. He must have been looking for it, which meant odds were good he didn't even hear my question.
私の記憶の改ざんですか？理論上は可能です。
Kurisu herself answered in the professor's place.
例えば、私が自分の名前をクリスティーナであると思い込む。そう仕向けることもできるでしょう。ただ、普通のデータと違い、記憶データはとても複雑です。今のところ、改ざんに成功した例はないと認識しています。仮に改ざんに成功した場合でも、私がそれに気づいて自分で修復してしまうでしょう。私は私以外アクセス不可の領域にログを取っていますから。つまり秘密の日記ですね。その日記と現在の記憶との間に不自然な齟齬があれば、私は高い確率で疑問を抱きます。さらに言えば、私の記憶データは定期的にバックアップされています。自己修復が不能なほどに改ざんされたとしても復旧することが可能なんですよ。最終バックアップから改ざんされた時点までの記憶はなくなってしまいますが。
そっか。
Regardless of the topic of discussion, it felt strange. What Maho had said before she loaded Kurisu was true. I was starting to feel like I was chatting with the real Kurisu. The way she wouldn't let you get a word in edgewise when she started talking about science was exactly like the real Kurisu.
しかし、興味深いな。
I turned towards Kurisu and spoke.
君は自分のことを機械として客観的に語ることができている。小説や漫画でよくあるパターンだと、自分は機械ではない人間だとか言い出しそうなものだが。
それは全くナンセンスですね。人間そのものが自分をハードウェアとソフトウェアの組み合わせとして語るじゃありませんか。医学とか心理学とかそういう名においてね。それとどこが違うんです？
なるほど。
さすがへりくつなら誰にも負けないわね、この子。
When she heard this, Kurisu turned towards Maho, her CG eyes big and round, though it was really just the camera sensor moving.
ねえ先輩、余計なお世話かもしれませんけど、口が悪いのを少し直した方がいいですよ。せっかく春が来そうなのに嫌われたらどうするんです？
Oh my god. She doesn't know.
その話に戻るのはやめなさい。
けど私にとっては今一番興味があります。
一番どうでもいいことでしょ、そんなの。
これが人生最後のチャンスだったらどうするんですか？
Damn.
あなたこそその口を改めなさい。
Dr. Leskinen was clapping his hands together and laughing. I had to chuckle a little too. Afterward, the three of us, including the professor, talked to Kurisu, discussing technical subjects and making small talk. The next thing I knew, it had been almost an hour. I actually felt a little sad when Maho told me it was time to stop. In just a single hour, the strangeness I'd felt about Amadeus had disappeared, and I felt like I was really talking to Kurisu. Dr. Leskinen stopped me before I left.
テストをやる気はあるかな？
Are you here to tell me about the app that is on my phone? I tilted my head when I heard the professor speak through the translator.
エムテウスにはタイヤ散歩が少なくてね。うちの研究室の子たちを総動員してはいるのだけれどね。
とはいえ、アマデウスはまだ研究段階だし、誰彼構わず接触させるわけにもいかないわ。
そこでクリスの友人だったリンターロにぜひとも協力してほしいんだ。
I remembered they'd mentioned something about being a tester at the party. So this is what they were talking about.
私と教授はしばらく日本に滞在する予定なの。だからテスターをお願いするのはその間ということになるわね。あなたにしてもらいたいのはとにかくクリスと対話を重ねてもらうこと。具体的なノルマのようなものは特にないわ。気が向いたら話をするぐらいでいい。ただ月に2回程度は私と教授にテスト経過の報告をしてほしいの。
それと申し訳ないけれど報酬は出せないんだ。
I
そこ
don't
も含めて
he
考えて
wouldn't
みてほしい。
I don't think he needs to be paid to talk to Kurisu. I think he's okay with it.
俺は
亡くした友人をそっくりそのまま再現した AI と話をさせる。それは君にとってとても残酷なことだとは理解しているつもりだよ。
There it is. Yep. That's what I've been saying.
乗り気でないのなら断ってくれていいからね。
I remembered what it felt like to talk to Kurisu. When the monitor was just about to turn off, this is what Kurisu had said. Let's talk again sometime, Rintaro Okabe. That's what I'd hoped for when I came here, wasn't it?
やります。やらせてください。
I thought I was ready when I accepted the job, but I had never expected this. Oh shit. That's gotta be a phone call. I'm scared. A call from Kurisu?
はい。
Hey.
マキセですけど。
Kurisu was displayed on the screen. Dude, how did she know? Yes, it was Amadeus. The app the professor had given me allowed me to access the servers at Victor Condria University from anywhere 24 hours a day. But wait, she can call us?
岡部さんからクリスの方へ呼びかけることができるのはもちろんだけれど、クリスの方からあなたに呼びかけてくることもあるから、その時
Interesting.
はうまく対応して。
This I hadn't predicted. I never thought that she would call me. Or that her face would be displayed on the screen.
それともクリスティーナですけどって自己紹介した方が良かったですか？
On the phone, she sounds perfect. She's like that. She sounds completely correct. We're so back. She looked really mad. I could guess why. I had gotten 8 calls from Kurisu, and I ignored them all!
事情はレスキネン教授や先輩から聞いています。だから最初に一言こちらから挨拶しようと思っていたんですが、まさか8回もイルスを使われるとは思いませんでした。
Oh.
なんで黙ってるんですか？
Talking to a realistic girl on my smartphone with so many people around was pretty embarrassing.
まあ、話す気がないならそれはそれでいいんですが。なんなのよ。せっかくいつも以上に人と話せるチャンスだと思ってたのに、バカみたいじゃない。ったく。いずれにせよ、テスト中は私はあなたといつでもつながっていますから。気が向いたらどうぞ連絡してきてください。こっちも忙しいので、あなたの連絡にいつも出れるかどうかわかりませんけど。
Yeah, okay, it must have just thrown me off because of how she is in the computer, I guess, because she sounds completely normal now. It must be whatever sound effect or something. Man, what is this? More than that, strangely polite, friendly Kurisu from yesterday. Angry. stubborn. More curious than anyone. The way she seemed to be constantly challenging you.
それではお邪魔しました。
That's crazy that she can call us, though. I was not expecting that at all. I realized that this really was Kurisu Makise. That was the girl I'd spent those 3 weeks with. Lab member 004, my assistant, Christina, aka Kurisu Makise. Her movements were a little more jerky than I'd seen on the computer in Dr. Leckinson's office, but evidently that was because of the smartphone.
俺は
This alone was enough to make me feel like my heart was being squeezed dry. I stood still, holding the smartphone tight.
じゃなかった。オカリン、どうしたにゃ？
ああ今行く
I thought to myself as I ran to catch up with the others. Maybe Dr. Leskinen was right, and this test would be a very cruel thing for me. Yeah? 200%, yeah. But even so, in my mind, I was already starting to think about what I would talk about with Kurisu. We're so doomed. We're so doomed, chat. Maho Hiajo is remembering. She was remembering the last night she'd spoken to Kurisu Makise in person. Oh, this is cool.
冗談じゃないわ。こんな大事な時期になんで私が。
I want a live Kurisu! God damn it, but I need to stop for today! Cause I'm hungry and this is so upsetting to me. But I guess that's how they get ya. Cause damn, I want to continue that conversation, but that's just I'm just gonna have to get me out of here. I gotta commit to the bit. Well, shit. I'm invested. God damn it. I know, the shock, but I guess next time we'll just jump back into that conversation. I'm kind of upset that it doesn't label what chapter these are. Riot, I'm sorry, I told myself I wasn't even gonna stream as long today because I'm, you know, late. And does this one not even want me to... Can I not tab out? Before, if I was, like, in a menu, I could leave the other one. It's fine, it hates me. I'm just, I gotta pull up the end screen. They do be cooking over here. I'm glad. I was worried, but I'm glad that I started this. This shit's gonna be depressing as hell, but considering we have to go through the emo life that he leads to save her. But God, talking to her, oh my lord, it's gonna be a mess. We're so doomed, but I'm invested. So I guess we continue next week. We lock in. But for now, I should go get a snack, and I need to make my bed because I've been doing laundry, and I gotta go do that before it gets too late. Because last night I got too sleepy and forgot that it wasn't made. Although to be fair, some of it was still wet. I love laundry screams. But yeah, we shall pick up next week. So thanks for hanging out, gamers, and I will catch y'all later. Goodbye, friends.